That gets a rewind. That gets a rewind. The fingers warmed up. I don't know what this is. I'm just doing all kinds of nonsense. Alright. Oops. What's that doing? Come on. What? Oh, I see. Ratio? No. How do I set this to... Shouldn't there be like a free crop option? Okay, fine. Why is this open? What is that? Okay, start to exaggerate this a bit. This place is tall. making sense. This needs to be over here. Come on, lines. Come on, lines. There we go. Maybe like that. How is this gonna work? Exaggerate more. this wasn't even saved. Heals. Be right back. Okay, I don't need to turn that off. Wait, hold on. Alright, back. Let's reactivate this. Let's just delete this instead. That should be bigger. She needs to lean forward a bit more.
Thank you!
Yo, thank you for the follow. Alina, appreciate that. I'm doing okay. How about yourself? I am doing okay. Okay, I think that's slightly better. Maybe I can exaggerate this a tiny bit more. Stream is going okay. Just started like just about an hour ago. Just warming up pretty much. Warming up. Can I do some art, cool and catchy stuff for your stream? No thanks. And that's you're sounding way too bot-like for my liking, so Let's get you out of here. Get out of here. Get that ass banned. Alright, let's just do that. Get that ass banned. How do we exit? Okay. And can we refresh this? Because I don't need this here right now. Just put it up here. Oh, yo, what's up, Gary? What's going on, man? Just noticed your message now. I am. Wait, how come? Why are you on YouTube? Wait, how did you even find my How did you even find my stream on YouTube? I'm still in Taiwan, man. I've been out in Taiwan for the past 8 years. So, yeah. Still in Taiwan. Still out in Asia. What about you? Are you still in the UK, or you ended up moving somewhere else? Where you at? Where you at? And are you still doing a lot of like game podcast journalism type stuff, or not anymore? I haven't heard from you in a long time. Something like this. It's a bit too wide. Perhaps a little bit too broad-shouldered on that. Still in the UK, I feel like it's a good time to leave though. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the... When you say that, are you referring to the what was that thing? I remember there was like a stabbing in like a dance studio or something, and then there was a bunch of like riots and stuff like that. Are you referring to that, or is there something else that's been going on? I've been obviously me being in Asia, right? I'm a bit not really tapped in with the politics going on in the UK right now. So it'd be nice to know what's been going on. His shoulder is a bit too weird still. Weird. Better, I think, kind of. And then maybe let's get this hand upwards a bit. Maybe we can make this fingers more interesting. It's a bit too long. If I remember correctly, you were into writing as well, right? Like writing stories and stuff, or am I completely making that up? Like writing novels, right? So if I'm right, I'm actually surprised that I remembered that, but I feel like I recall something like that at some point. That's part of it. The main problem is the economy has taken a dive, and that's resulted in most of the problems like rising crime and riots. Are you in London? Which part of the UK are you based in? I'm guessing I imagine London would be, economy stuff and living in London is just rough, right? Like even when I was there, being born and raised in London, you just got so used to everything going up in price every year without fail. But now it seems to be even worse somehow. Why does this hand look so weird, man? Finger fail, finger fail. Yeah, I'm still into writing. You have a good memory. Yeah, I'm surprised. I don't know how how I was able to recall that. That's dope though. Was it, I can't remember what kind of writing though. Like, I don't know if it was like fantasy stuff where you're making like your own narrative, or if it was like based on fiction or non-fiction. Can't remember those details. This hand is not doing it for me. Why is this? I'm just outside of London in Bedfordshire. Okay. But where would you move to if you were able to like peace out and go somewhere else? Like, ideally, where would you like to go? And are you still doing the gaming stuff? The working with was it the Coalition? Coalition. I can't remember the other websites. But yeah, you're still doing the game journalism stuff too. Kind of works, but I think this is still looking a bit weird. I'm writing fiction. I have 3 things in the works, but with the economy I have to work also, and that takes up time. Yeah, it's difficult to make writing the main breadwinner unless you've been just working at it for a very long time, or you got a few lucky breaks. Stuff like that, there has to be a passion project while you have a regular job. Still doing some gaming journalism, but not as much. You see, yeah, I don't do any of that stuff anymore. Yeah, I don't really I pay attention to game industry news and stuff, but nowhere near as much as I was before. Nowhere near. Oh my god, this hand is not. I'm gonna be in a rabbit hole figuring out this hand. This is what I get for not practicing drawing hands as much as I. Oh, I think I maybe understand what's going on here. I would love to move somewhere in Southeast Asia like Japan or Thailand. It seems more peaceful. Yeah, it is. Japan is very expensive though. Japan is like, when I went to Tokyo, well obviously you don't have to move to Tokyo if you go to Japan, but Tokyo weirdly reminded me of London. Like, just the fast pace of it, the way that everything is ridiculously expensive. Thailand not so much. Thailand is way more affordable, but if you were actually trying to put this plan in motion, Thailand would be the more realistic, the more affordable outcome. Japan is not easy. Not to mention like getting a visa and being able to move to Japan and actually live there like legally, like doing it the right way, is quite hard as well. Unless I mean, it can be easy if you're okay with certain jobs, like doing the English teacher thing. But even then, right, you're going to be working as an English teacher and you won't be making that much money. You'll be able to afford rent, but it's going to be, it's quite a struggle. Like, the way that you'll be scraping by month to month, that comfort probably won't allow you to be able to write your stories with peace of mind. You know, as safe as the country is and as cool as it is to live there, unless you're going there with a bunch of money, or you're going there and you're able to do a different kind of job, like a higher paying job, like something related to engineering or whatever, you're just going to end up in the same situation but in a different country ultimately. You know. It's pretty rough. I actually wanted to move to Japan before COVID. Like I was planning it. I was looking at jobs and sending out resumes and stuff, or CVs, and then obviously COVID happened, and then that just, like I'm talking like as soon as COVID began, right, and everybody wasn't really sure what was going on. So moving to an entirely new country during that period, it was just not a good move. So I just stayed in Taiwan. I feel that sounds like it's not easy there too. Yeah, it's not. But it's like for other concerns such as just general safety and just living in a place that's generally more peaceful, like being able to go out onto the street and not need to worry about your phone getting like snatched out your hand, or getting into some altercation with some guy that has you mistaken for some op. And the next thing you got a knife sticking out the back of your back. You know, you ain't got to worry about that in Japan, or in pretty much most Asian countries. But yeah, no, it's quite hard out there too. Wait, how did you find the stream though? I'm curious. Like, how did you find it? Not that I don't want you to find it. It's nice to know how people come across this stuff. Fingers. I think I know what's wrong. I think this finger is just... Nope, that wasn't the problem. Maybe I'll just figure it out. I subscribed to you from years back, so the stream was in... Oh, right, damn. Yeah, it's a long time ago. Many years back. You still been playing Final Fantasy and stuff? I'm guessing you played Remake and Rebirth and all of that? I mention it because obviously the music is playing, right? If I recall, I remember you being into Final Fantasy as well. How long have you been doing art? Your line art seems good. Oh, what? Like doing in general, quite long, because I studied animation at university, right? So I've always been... I mean, I'm sure you've seen some of my old comics that I used to do and stuff. So yeah, quite a long time, but the problem is that I never practiced art that much. I always liked drawing, but there's a difference between practicing drawing and just drawing, right? So that was the problem. But yeah, I've just been streaming. I haven't been streaming for that long. Sometimes I play games. Most of the time I play games, but lately I've just been finding drawing while streaming to be surprisingly relaxing. So yeah, I've been drawing since I was young. But as for practicing, like actually practicing, which is what I'm kind of doing with this, is not very often. I don't practice very often, which is not good. Just get this done here. I'll fix that later. Yeah, I was showing this one a tiny bit. This hand is annoying me though. I should fix this hand now. You know what? Let me cut this. I still love Final Fantasy. I played 14 a lot. I played Remake and Rebirth. They're cool, but I still prefer the original. But I think I like when people are able to be honest. I'm not saying you're not being honest, right? But when people say prefer the original, I think there's a difference between just personally preferring it because of nostalgia and because it's just such a classic game versus like it being objectively or it being actually better, like in practice, right? And I think that obviously we still need to see the third game come out before we can comment on where the story's going, because it's possible that the story might go into some crazy, I mean, there's already signs that it's maybe going a bit too off the rails, but I think that what they've done with Remake and Rebirth is quite amazing, to the point where like I couldn't go back and play the old one, you know. But I don't think that's the purpose of Rebirth, right? I don't think the purpose of the remake series is for it to be superior to the old one, because especially if you played the old one when it came out, like time cannot be replaced. Like nostalgia and playing a game in its heyday, that experience can't be replaced, right? So I don't think it's the goal of Rebirth to be necessarily better than the old games. I just think it needs to be faithful, and I think it's definitely faithful to the old games. Oh my god, this is not working the way I want it to. This is the problem. Yeah, I remember when Rebirth came out, the way I rushed home from work, boy. I teleported home to play that immediately. Oh, nostalgia definitely has a lot to do with it. I can still play the old one and get chills like when I first played it. And I recognize the remakes are better from a technical standpoint. Well, yeah, they would... if they weren't better from a technical standpoint, that would be a mess. You know, they have to be. But I think I don't like a lot of the fluff and filler they add to the remakes. Well, yeah, in Rebirth, if by fluff you mean like the Ubisoft towers, right? Yeah, that wasn't that great. I mean, yeah, it's a shame that they had to... I think the problem is that I just think it is quite tricky to remake these games, right? We know going into it they can't do a one-for-one. With doing a one-for-one with the same size of the world map and everything, it would just be far too costly. So there's gonna have to be some concessions made. And you could argue like random characters like Roche, like inventing new characters for the remake. Like they've already got enough on their plate, so introducing new characters I could definitely see that as being questionable. But I think for the most part, I think, like for example with Remake, we know they had to extend Midgar, right? They had to do more with Midgar because we knew that the first game was only going to be Midgar. And in the original, Midgar is like, what, 2 or 3 hours? So they have to extend that, right? So I'm okay with the fluff and filler that they added in Midgar. Like, I think if the filler is good, it's not really going to be... I think the issue is if the filler is not good versus the problem... versus filler being the problem in and of itself, you know. But yeah, Rebirth, definitely some of the mini games were definitely critiqued. I think there was a point where they kind of went too hard on the mini games, even though a lot of the mini games were fun. there were one or two where it's like, okay, I'm actually done with the mini games now. Like, can we just not, you know? But like Queen's Blood was amazing. And what else? I think most of the mini games were good, but it did overstay their welcome a little bit. I don't even know why I'm spending all this time on this hand right now. I don't even really need to do that right now. I'll do that later. It's actually not even that bad. The music is incredible though, like the Genovan era theme transition into the final. Yeah, the music is like, it might be the best OST. I mean, claiming any Final Fantasy game to have the best OST is hard, right? Because all of them are quite solid. But I think remake, just the whole rebirth remake stuff, it's so solid that I don't think it's controversial to be like, you know what, this might be the best. It's just too many bangers. Too many bangers. Like, sometimes it's not even necessary to have such bangers. Like, you got Queen's Blood, great song. You got the Queen's Blood tournament when Red 13 randomly has this dope song. Obviously, like the battle music, and it's the fact that it's all dynamic, right? Like the fact that each song has the field version, like the regular relaxed field version, and then it seamlessly mixes into the battle version. You know, it's way too good, man. That's why my playlist that you're listening to now, a lot of it has there's a lot of remake and rebirth on there. Hey, what's up, Clownski? What's going on? Not too bad, just wasting time on this stupid hand over here because I suck at drawing hands. Even when I'm using reference, I'm still struggling. It's really annoying. But yeah, no, Rebirth soundtrack is just, it's wildly good. One of my favorite songs is, my favorite battle music is, I don't know if you remember the Demon Gate song. Just actual chills that I get, you know. And then you got bow wow wow, bow wow wow. You just got random, like there's such a, and then you got like the Gongaga theme. There's such a myriad of different genres and styles within the soundtrack. Not to mention, one of the sleeper bangers of Remake's OST is, remember in the first game, how you could collect like the jukebox version of the songs, right? That you could play in Seventh Heaven and stuff. There's a YouTube album that just compiles all of those jukebox songs, because the jukebox songs don't really play. You don't hear those songs unless you actually go to the jukebox and tell the jukebox to play it. There's an album on YouTube that it's like an hour and 20 minutes long, and it's just those songs, all of the jukebox music. Some of them themes are like ridiculously good, to the point where it's almost a crime that the songs are so good, but a lot of people would play through the game and not even hear those songs. Like most people would not encounter those songs because a lot of people didn't collect the jukebox songs, you know. In fact, I'll show you an example. There's a cover of Cosmo Canyon that you can only get from the jukebox, and it's so good. It's such a good cover. Where would this be? Recently, dates added. Oh, I've added a lot of new stuff lately. Okay, here it. Oh, it's 2 hours. Yeah, the on YouTube it's called Seventh Heaven, Final Fantasy VII Remake, all jukebox music, and it's 2 hours long. Wait, let me try and catch it. The Cosmo Canyon cover is so sick. Cosmo Canyon here. This is a sick cover. And you will not hear this song unless you play the jukebox. Like, I'm a sucker for stuff like this because I really love covers. I love covers that change the genre of a song, because covers can be good, right? Because it's just a different way to experience the song. Typically, they'll just play the song with slightly different instrumentation, different instruments, so that it sounds different, but it's the same song. But when a cover changes the genre of the song, like it goes from like the original Cosmo Canyon, right, having like, I don't really know what genre you would call it, but to go from the original Cosmo Canyon and to turn it into like a hardcore jazz cover like this is so good. I listen to a lot of FF music when I'm working too. Yeah, the jukebox songs are crazy. I didn't get to listen to them enough, like you said. Yeah, most people didn't. I mean, I didn't when I played the game. Yeah, amazing song. Slightly better, maybe. It's too good. But yeah, I'm excited for the next game, man. I mean, we ain't gonna get it probably till like 3 years from now. I think at the earliest we might get a trailer, a teaser towards the end of next year. But that's a long way. Because I know that Square, they are struggling at the moment. Like Rebirth, well, they haven't released the sales for Rebirth, but I do know that they do want to try and make games faster. They've been trying to do this for a long time because their games are very expensive and they also take, the turnaround time is too long. I still don't get why this looks weird, man. Yeah, this is dope. This whole album is pretty good. Like a lot of the covers that they have on this is really, really good. Oops, I don't want that. Okay, that works. That's good enough. Good enough for me. Like they just went full jazz, just full jazz on it, you know? NSFW art, no. Definitely not. I mean, there's no nipples, right? I think as long as there's no nipples, and it's clear that it's just a draft. It's just like the outline. I don't think Twitch is gonna, you know, flag me up. I expect it will go multi-platform day one again. Multi-platform? You mean the next Rebirth game? I don't think it will, because Square signed a deal a long time ago that gave Sony timed exclusivity on a lot of their big titles, because Square signed that deal back when they were really struggling, and that deal was basically, it was a lot of money up front. That's why Remake didn't come out on PC at the same time. It came out on PC like a year later. Rebirth will be the same, and then the next game is definitely going to follow, unless Square is able to renegotiate. If they're able to renegotiate that deal, then maybe. And it will be better for them if it goes multi-platform, because ultimately that can lead to more sales. But yeah, I think they're basically locked. They're locked into a deal that they signed when they were at a different point in their I guess different point in their company's life cycle or whatever. So unfortunately, there's no way it's gonna come out, like launch as a multi-platform title. What else is good on this album? Yuffie's theme I think is pretty good. Actually no, it's good, but it's not like super genre changing. Oh, this is a good cover as well. But yeah, let me not go down this rabbit hole. I actually need some bit more energy. Moto energy. Where's the oppressed? Oh, come on, you're not gonna let me find it. Where were we? We were. Wait, let's go back here. Bum 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 bum. Okay, let's go over here. Can put this back up here now. NSFW art. Business of video games has become so greedy nowadays. I kind of only play JRPGs and obscure games nowadays. What do you mean by greedy? You mean like loot box type stuff, or need you to be a bit more specific so I know what you're talking about? Okay, how do I want to? Okay, let's just get drawing. reduce the size of that brush. Let's just see where this goes. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Let's see what happens. Jump, 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 jump. Battle theme. Go. Corporations are designing games to be live services, true, or to have DLC or microtransactions that should already be in the game. This was happening 10 years ago, but it's only worse now. Yeah, that is happening a lot. Yeah, and I agree that there's too many games as a live service yeah, a lot of companies are going a bit overboard with that. It's quite annoying. Publishers have conferences that are all about hooking people on their aims and milking their cash. Yeah, yeah, I hear you for sure. I don't think DLC is inherently bad. It's just as long as the base game feels complete, you know. And then I actually think DLC is good, provided that the base game feels complete, right? But yeah, oftentimes it does feel like people are intentionally, like, they make the game, they finish the game, and then they section off these elements or these components, and then they're like, yeah, let's repackage that 6 months later and then sell that, you know, which is never really a good thing. Yeah, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Not sure if this is what I want to do, but let's see. Give me another fat face. I value Eastern video game development more than Western now. Eastern developers still want the core product to be as good as it can be most of the time. If the core product is great, I will naturally want to buy a DLC. Yeah, I'm in agreement there. But I felt, I guess it's just not by chance. I guess it's just like, for the longest time, most of the games that I play quite seriously or spend a lot of time in just so happen to be mostly Eastern developed games anyway. The only Western games I've really played is like, or often play even like now, is Hearthstone, and I don't even play that often, especially with some of the, I mean, it got pretty bad with some of the monetization, but there's modes in that game where you can play without having to spend money. But yeah, Hearthstone, a bit of World of Warcraft. I don't even know what other Western games I've played. Wait, let me check my Steam. Actually, no, let me not open Steam. Last time I opened Steam, my stream gave out for some reason. What other Western games? I guess Hades would count. Hades 2. But that's more of an indie. I guess, I don't know if Hades 2's developer is considered an indie developer. But yeah, everything else that I play is mostly Eastern stuff, you know? Monster Hunter, Final Fantasy, Souls games. Yeah. And I mostly play that because it's just the style of game. Or just typically the combat is more refined, and It just plays in a way that I prefer. Oftentimes, anyway. Oops. What website do you write for now then? Like, I know you said you don't do it as much, but who are you writing with? And do you still work with Romudef and all I remember is Romudef. I don't remember the other guys. But do you still work with some of the, like, are you still in like the hip hop gamer kind of orbit? I know Torrance Davis doesn't really do, if I recall correctly, he doesn't do any journalism stuff anymore, right? Just curious what social, what writing journalist circle or website you're in right now. Still the Coalition, because that's family, and also write for Game Rant. Oh, nice. Pretty good. Actually, when Game Rant was hiring one time, did I get the job? I remember I applied. They did like a trial. You had to write. I think you had to write like a top 10 list trial, like an article. You know those articles, like top 10 something. Like that was the trial article, and I did that, and I think I passed. Oh yeah, I remember I passed. And then I remember I was in their Slack. Like I can't remember why I stopped. I think I just didn't. I think I remember I did that because I just wanted to see if my writing was considered good enough to be hired to get hired by Game Rant, and it was. I think I mostly did it for that rather than actually wanting to write for the company. I still talk to Tony often, and I speak to Tor every now and then. Okay, but Tor is not doing any. He's not doing game journalism stuff, right? Like he's completely changed his interests, if I recall. Not really getting much ideas, so let's just. Torrance is doing more tech and fishing these days, but he'll hop on Throwdown every now and then. Okay. Yeah, I remember I saw him doing a lot of fishing stuff. That's good that he keeps in touch though. Yeah, I haven't engaged with that side of the universe for quite a long time. In fact, you're the first person I've spoken to from that side of things, like in a while. Curves, you can do it. Nope. 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 Almost. That's possible. Oh, what's up, Laughing Payanda? Looking good. What you drawing today? Good question. I'm not even sure. I'm just used a reference for a female body, and now I'm doing the actual drawing part. I've pulled up a helmet, like a medieval style helmet. So we'll see what I do here. I don't know, I might completely change this later. We'll see. I don't blame you. I'm not entirely happy with gaming culture. with how gaming culture has been the past few years. I miss the old days when you and Hated Greatness were making content. Yeah, Hated is still streaming. Well, I guess he wasn't streaming back then, but I spoke to him not too long ago, like a week or so. Not a week ago, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. But yeah, Hated is I guess he's not doing the video game journalism stuff anymore, but I also don't blame him, like you said, right? And it's not to be honest as well, it's not the most lucrative thing, right? And the thing is that at the end of the day, like if by journalism you mean like, you know, focusing more on podcast content and like content creation, I think it's fine. But the writing thing, like doing written reviews and forums, those days are long gone. Or if those days are not long gone, they're very fast approaching to being long gone. Where the content creator, the individual with a large voice and a big platform, that's where a lot of people want to be, because that's where the value is, that's where the audience is, that's where the money comes, you know. Like if somebody like Asmongold reviews a game or says something about a game, that gets a lot more traction than IGN or like other huge sites, right? I mean, for better or worse, that's just the way things are now. Do like a heart shape. Let's do it like that. Okay. It's looking good though. Maybe. Still too, for me it's still too early to say. We'll find out soon enough. I'm not feeling that confident with this one. The previous few things that I've drawn, I had like had more of like a, even though I wasn't sure what I was doing, I still had the general direction, but at the moment I'm just kind of freestyling and hoping something comes of it. Let me do a perfect flip. Oops, that was not the right button. Yeah, for real, your website has to be backed by a corporation to continue to be relevant. Being a YouTube streamer is the best way to have an indie voice now, yep. Sadly, I don't have the personality for video. I mean, I guess identifying that is part of a winning battle though, right? Like, imagine that's how you feel, or imagine that is the truth, but it required you to spend 5 years making content for you to now find out that, oh, actually, this is not really where your natural forte is. So I think like half of the battle is sometimes realizing, just knowing what your strength is and just catering towards those strengths. So how do I want to make this interesting? Maybe like some shark thing. Should curve this way. Oh wait, this would make more sense, right? Not too bad. Not too bad. Are you using a Wacom tablet or something? Yeah, I'm using a Cintiq. Yeah, I would flip my camera so you can see, but actually I guess I can do that. I'm using a Cintiq camera, or Cintiq tablet. That's what I'm using. And now let's place the camera back. But yeah, Cintiq is a Wacom tablet with it's got a display on it, so you just draw straight onto the display. This one's old though. I've had this since like 2014. Like 10, yeah, I've had this for like 10 years, and it's still going strong. There's like 7 versions that have come out after this that are, you know, better to use, but the person using the tool is often more important than the tool itself. Okay, what am I gonna do here? Oh, I like that shape. Okay, it's looking like a good shape. Yeah. I think that's a bit too long. Whoa, 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 whoa. I remember before getting a Cintiq, I was using a Bamboo tablet, which is also made by Wacom. But Bamboo is the one where it's just a surface. It doesn't have a display. So you just draw on the surface, but you have to look at the monitor, which is weird because like your hand is down here and you're drawing, and then what you're drawing is coming up in front of you. But I used that for like quite a long. In fact, the whole time I studied animation, I was using that. As awkward as it is when you first start, you get used to it. But then when you go from that to a tablet, a Cintiq, it's kind of like you have to untrain yourself from, because you can get good at like drawing on the surface here and then looking at the result in front of you. It's like a unique way to draw that you get used to. But then once you go back to the display, you now have to realize, oh wait, I don't need to look up anymore. I need to relearn how to actually draw while looking directly at what I'm drawing. It's kind of funny. And then after I got the Cintiq, I recall my time using a Bamboo, and I don't know how I was able to draw like that for so long. It's just so unnatural, but I guess, you just get used to it. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. Maybe I want this to be longer. Yeah, maybe one side longer. I like that idea. And then this side is going to be not longer. I guess this should be covering her ears. Wait, let me get rid of these ears for now. Oh, you got the Bamboo one. During COVID, I was trying to take art seriously. I wanted to push myself to get better. And then how far did you get down that road? Do-do-do. Jump, 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 jump. I don't really like the shape anymore. I think this should be the same length or same tipping point. Okay, I need a blue line somewhere here. So, wait, is that really correct? Come Come on, let's go, let's go. I think I need to recalibrate my thing a bit. Okay. Yeah. Let's just go with how can I make sense of this? Problem with helmets is I need to understand like the geometry, and I'm just kind of winging it right now. And I guess that kind of works. That will work for now. Let's just see how it goes for now. Actually, no, I don't like that shape. I don't like it. I don't like this shape. It's not a good shape. That's cleaner. Womp, 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 womp. Oh, I just got an idea. So the hair, something about her hair will come out here. I'll do something like this. And then this will be a pretty good composition. Ads. Oh, I've got ads on my page. I ain't getting paid for. They ain't paying me to play ads on my stream. Unbelievable. How could they? How dare they? The nerve of them. Those Twitch peoples. Damn them. Okay, so let's not put that on the helmet though. Okay, so just a good composition, I think, so far. I'm very basic. I always struggled with anatomy and perspective. I wish I had the energy to practice it every day. The good thing about these things, though, is that, like, it's kind of one of those things where, 10 minutes every day adds up, even if something as small as 10 minutes every day. 10 minutes every day for 7 days is way over an hour, right? Well, not way over an hour, but, it's over an hour. And doing that over a long period of time, it really does add up. So I think, as with most things, well, maybe not most things, but with something like drawing, it is one of those things where incremental discipline and just being able to do a bit by bit is it really does help. And I say that as somebody who, like, I've gone through phases where I wake up and I'm like, okay, every day let me try and draw for like 20 minutes non-stop. But keeping at it is the hard thing. But if energy is a concern, then just reduce the time, It doesn't have to be good what you make. Especially because it's just practice. Oh, this is like a really long cover version of the song, right? Yeah, this is a 17-minute version of this song. We're gonna be here forever. Which Genova is this? I think this is Remake Genova. Okay, yeah. Now, what to do with this side of her helmet? Well, I guess we need to do this, right? To make sense with this line. Maybe? Okay, let's do that for now. Do I want to add some weirdo shapes up here? Let's see. Maybe it's like some Amazon's, or not Amazon, but more like tribal, which is kind of cool. I think this is the song you were talking about, right? This is one of the bangers from Remake for sure. What were your thoughts on FF16? I'm guessing you played 16, right? I'm just gonna say it. 16 pissed me off, man. I bought I was gonna buy a PS5 eventually anyway because for some other games, but 16 is one of the few games where I got all the way to the end. I was right outside the final boss dungeon, and I just didn't go in. I'm like, you know what? I'm just over this game. I'm just so over it. The side quests, there's so many ups and downs where like it's just great spectacle, Titan fight, Bahamut, wow, yay, cool music, great spectacle. But the actual substance of the game, the actual moment-to-moment combat, I don't know what happened. And they got the Devil May Cry director. Oh, the battle director is from Devil May Cry. He's an industry veteran. And the issue I have with 16 is that it was just pure spectacle. Like, it was far too much visual sparkles over sparkles that mean something and feel good to interact with and leaves a lasting impression on you, you know? That's what I really hated. It felt like they had their budget and they decided to put all of that budget towards the visual spectacle of the game and not the actual meat and potatoes, you know? I have it installed and I still haven't played it. Oh no. I've watched it and it doesn't seem like... I think you should try it though. I'm surprised you haven't tried it, especially if you got it installed. If you've got it installed, you might as well play it. Especially as a Final Fantasy fan, right? And you know, you might have a different take to me. Like, I'm at a stage where I've just invested too much time in the Final Fantasy franchise to not play the latest games. I owe it to myself to try it though. Yeah, you do. But 14 and 7 remakes give me what I need from Final Fantasy. But let's not forget that, I mean, we're at number 16 now, right? So part of what makes Final Fantasy is that it's been going on for so long and that you can look forward to the next iteration. So I think you need to play it. I think it's quite crazy that you've got it installed and you haven't even tried it. Even if just for the music, right? Because the music is fire. Because it's Soken, the Masayoshi Soken guy, the guy that does 14's music. Even just to experience the music and have the actual context of when it plays at what time or whatever, right? I think it deserves a play even just for that. And the voice acting is good as well. The guy that plays Sid, amazing actor, voice actor. In fact, all of the game is good. There's great aspects to it. It being a lot more like adult. Like the relationship between Clive and Jill, like the main characters, is quite well written when it comes to like interpersonal relationships between people. You know, it's definitely got its perks. But there are definitely there is a bit too much missing when it comes to what we come to know and love about Final Fantasy. And I don't want to spoil it, but that's why I just couldn't finish it. But yeah, you're slacking, man. You need to play it. And I'm not even saying you need to play it and finish it. I'm just saying you need to load the game and play for an hour. Play for like an hour or two. Familiarize yourself with the mechanics and the world. Give it a shot. That's major slack right there. Another sick thing about Remake's music is that they're like masters of motifs. There's so many motifs that are in the songs that are callbacks to like other songs, but it doesn't just feel like they're just banging you on the head with audio Easter eggs. You know, it's really carefully woven into the songs. All right, let's see where this goes. So this is the head. Those strings. I love the way this song starts. This song doesn't care. This song just doesn't care. It just goes, it just doesn't, no prep time. No prep time. They're like, listen, we don't care if you're Batman. We know Batman can beat anyone with prep time. You ain't got no prep time. Just face the song. Just straight off. Just strings. What, you want to take a seat and prepare for the... Nope. You know what I mean? Just instantly. Instant transmission right behind you, man's with the strings. Teleports behind you, plays strings. That's wild. What a song. I'm going to another Distance Worlds orchestra in March. I can't wait. I'm going to my first one. There's one happening in Taipei in December. In December, very, very soon. I've been told that the orchestra that's playing it though, like it's not like a traveling orchestra from Japan or something. Apparently, like they rehearse with a Taiwanese orchestra, and I've heard that this orchestra is not that good, but hopefully the person that told me that is woefully incorrect. But yeah, this version of the song is it's very good. It might even, I'm willing to say it's actually better than the original, which is hard, right? I think composition wise, this version of the song is just crazy. So much going on. Yeah, I think I'm willing to say this is better than, oh my god, 3.1 million views this track. I'm willing to say this is better than the original. It's ascended. Like there has to come a time when a remake of something it becomes so good that you're now able to say that it surpassed the original. If that cannot be said about this song, then I don't think there's ever a time when any remake can surpass the original, because then the nostalgia is just too powerful. I think if there was ever a time for the remake to transcend, it's this. Sephiroth has great theme music. Chosen by the Planet is a banger too. Which one is that? I don't know all the songs by name, but if you tell me when it plays. Oh wait, let me quickly Google it. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember this. I mean, this is just a rearrangement, right? The one that plays when he walks through the fire, yeah. Yeah, I just played a bit of it. The reason why this cover I think is sick is because like it takes, there's many layers to the Sephiroth song, but this plays with this. This gives each layer more time to breathe. Like it plays around with so many components of the song. How can I describe it? It's like it's almost like an expansion. Like the song exists, and let's say the song is like 10 parts. The original song is 10 parts. This version takes those 10 parts and makes like a mini expansion of each part, and does a lot more with each individual part, which is why the song is 10 minutes, right? Like the song is already the song is 4 minutes in, and it's only now doing this part of the song. Like the marching part, right? Which shows how playful they're being with the entire composition. It's pretty sick. Pinterest, come on. I think this should be a braid. I should make this a braid. Let me make this a braid. Let's make that ending a bit bigger. I'm happy that Square Enix is able to work on the remake with people who were around for the original. Yeah, that was super important that they got those people, and people who really care about its history. That makes them put extra love into it. Yeah. And originally it was meant to be CyberConnect that developed Remake, right? But then apparently what they had made, Square was like, you know what, this is not the standard that we hoped for, so then they made it in-house. But to me, like the legendary meme of video games is that one of the most legendary memes of video game history is one day Square Enix will be struggling and they will hit the emergency Final Fantasy remake button and they will just remake that game, and then nothing else will be there'll be no more problems, right? So it's crazy that they hit that button back before remake came out. They finally said, okay, it's time to remake the game. Press the button. But then they pressed the button and they said, okay, CyberConnect, you guys, can you develop the game for us? Like, I don't know what possessed them to even think, to even try that. Like, of all the games to outsource, you probably don't want to outsource that unless you're outsourcing it to a company that's like, really on point, right? So the fact that they took it away from CyberConnect and then made it in-house, I'm just thinking, why didn't you just do that from the beginning? Like, we know that your Crystal Tools engine ain't that good, so get rid of that shit. Go to use Unreal, which is what you ended up doing. Get your best devs, pay them overtime, pay them triple whatever you got to do, you can't blunder that game. You can't give it to CyberConnect and then have them, and then that's the Final Fantasy VII remakes, not even made by Square. So yeah, I'm glad that they took a different path. This song is still going. There's so much to this. They're adding a lot of new stuff too. Wait, did I increase the size of that? Oh, and then you got like the boss music. Was that the battle music? The battle music motif. Do I like the braid more than the regular hair? I'm not sure. I think I do. Maybe. I'm not sure if I like this at the end. I think I can do something more interesting here. Maybe I can put like some, I don't know. Make it look like some fruits. Beep-a-boo. Yeah, that was a misstep, but I'm glad they corrected it, yeah, because a lot of companies wouldn't have. That's true. Huge misstep. Misfire. Gigantic misfire. Alright, let's take it a bit more easier. Bow wow wow. Let's get some bow wow wow. What's my thoughts on AI art? I think that, like with most things, it's a tool and it's not going anywhere. Pandora's box has been opened. No amount of complaining about it is going to close it. Artists especially need to learn how to work with it. And at the end of the day, AI is best used when you're using it to complement a weakness that you have, or to account for a weakness that you have. So I suck at backgrounds, right? I don't think I'm gonna have all the time in the world to develop my skills as a background artist. So if I'm drawing a comic book and I'm great at foreground, like designing characters and poses and drawing action, like fight scenes between characters, and I wanna make a solo comic, it's just me making a comic, I'm gonna need to draw backgrounds. Thanks to AI, I'm able to generate my own backgrounds with very little effort, and I can still go into the backgrounds and change it up a bit. But so it's just, I think it just comes down to AI is not a problem, or shouldn't be a problem, so long as you're using it to complement something that you're not able to do. But if you're now using AI as a replacement for the skills that you already have, as an artist, that's a dangerous place to be, right? You don't wanna, like if I started using AI to do line art or to complement my line art, I wouldn't want that to happen, because now I'm diminishing my own ability to grow, and AI is like kind of, I'm like basically reducing my skills by over relying on AI on when it comes to like the skills that I actually have. So basically that's just a long way of saying I don't have a problem with AI, and I think most artists shouldn't have a problem with AI, because they just need to know how to use it to complement the skills that they don't have, or to complement skills that they do have but are not that amazing, right? I agree with that. My problem is the people who think they can use AI to get rich quick and then produce rubbish, yeah. But that's going to be time gated, right? It's going to be it's a matter of time before they won't be able to do that for long. They may have their time in the sun now, but sooner or later there's going to be a hurricane, and they're gonna need to go back inside and rethink their life, you know. So yeah, I don't have a problem with it. Oh, I was doing this, wasn't I? Okay, I think this is more interesting. perhaps. Well. I'm fine when people have good judgment on how to use it, yeah. Like I used it the other day. I'll show you how I used it. And I could have edited it even more to make it okay. So I used it. I did like a drawing of Destiny and Asmongold, the content creators. Yeah. So I did all the foreground. I did everything, all the foreground, and the background is just actually let me open the PSD. This one. It's gonna take a while to load. Oh no. So the background is just I just use AI, and I feel like the way that the foreground characters are designed and the color scheme, it doesn't. Like I know it's AI because I did it, but if I saw this online, like nobody that's, it got quite a lot of views on Reddit and stuff, and nobody has said like, oh, AI art, blah blah blah. Like nobody, because they probably don't know, you know. And I think that's the goal, right? Like just use it to complement the piece. So even when I get rid of these guys, just get rid of Destiny, get rid of Asmon. So you can see, right, like now, it looks, I mean, this is, to me, it's not even that good. When it comes to backgrounds are often quite harder to really say that it's AI. Characters, it's a lot easier to suss out. But like, this could have very easily been, more so the background, like the stars and the galaxy, right? Like this could have very easily been, like somebody could have just done that. Like this is not that difficult to do. The planet looks like it's more clearly AI because there's a style. There's like a style that even I'm familiar with this kind of look that is more AI-like. But when you have the foreground characters on top, it's a lot harder to tell, right? So I think as long as AI is being used in that way, it's fine. AI is based in general, yeah. But I mean, it depends who you're asking, right? I do think that there is it just depends what you mean by based. I think that there's definitely a downside, a risk in there's many risks that AI does have that it cannot be denied. As long as we're able to manage those risks and try to mitigate those risks, I think AI is fine. But let's not pretend that there are not potential pitfalls that can come about when the human race now overly relies on AI. Even as something as simple as just generally becoming less intelligent, when you overuse things like ChatGPT and stuff like that, there is a risk of not even a risk. There is a tangible. It's demonstrably shown that people can become a lot lazier and less intelligent by overly relying on AI. You can't think of any pitfalls? You can. Use ChatGPT. Think about using ChatGPT, right? Like something as simple as writing an essay based on your own mind and your own research and your own opinions versus asking ChatGPT to write the essay or to give you a perfect outline. You know what I mean? Like that's it's not a pitfall in terms of the end result. It's a pitfall in terms of now humans are going to be very quickly able, like there's going to be less incentive to do it yourself and to actually use the skills that a person has to develop something like an essay, right? And sure, the end result may get you the result that you want. You may get the grade that you want, but the trade-off is that you are factually becoming less competent at being able to write. Whether you care if that's a pitfall or not, maybe that's a different question. But it's definitely a negative side effect that happens when one overly uses a feature a feature that allows them to bypass their lack of skill or their lack of ability to think for themselves. Things making some people lazy to me isn't a pitfall, I guess. I don't even know if you agree with that. I think that you have. It should be quite clear that, like, especially, it's not just about being lazy. It's about no longer being able to do a thing that you were once able to do, right? So, for example, I'll give you a good example. I think I mentioned this before. Like, I had a private class, right? I have some private classes with students, like private English classes, and as a teacher, in all my years of being an English teacher, like the 7 to 8 years that I've been doing it, I've prided myself on coming up with my own activities, like my own games, like how to, the parent says this student, they want their child to develop this skill. So let me figure out the best way to actually hone that skill, right? I'm going to come up with my own unique games. You're not going to see any of these activities anywhere else. This has come from my mind, right? And not even just private classes, but just English teaching in general, teaching a bunch of children and being able to really keep them engaged in unique ways. Like, that's something that I really prided myself on. But then recently, I found that when I would use ChatGPT to, like, just give me some ideas, the ideas that it would give me are so widespread and so what do you call it? Like, it's so easy to just say, oh, I've got this private class coming. The parent wants them to work on their grammar and they want them to work on, like, conversational English skills. It's so much easier to just go on ChatGPT and to ask it, give me a list of 10 activities to do with this person, right? And then what happens after a while is that rather than actually coming up with your own creative solutions, you now start to overly rely on that thing. And I understand that some people will say that that's not a bad thing, but I think it's a bad thing when you were once able to do that thing on your own, but now that you've overindulged in ChatGPT, now you cannot do it on your own. Either you can't do it on your own, or you don't have the belief that you can do it on your own. And even if you can believe that you can do it on your own, the fact that you can just type it into this machine and then it spits out a good result, now you have no incentive. Now it's killed your desire to think that it's even worth doing it on your own. And I think that's undeniably a negative thing. Like, especially when you focus on skills that the human once had, that the human no longer has because of AI or because of their overindulgence in AI. That's pretty dangerous, because that's factually making us, it has the capacity to tangibly make us less skillful, like less competent in with certain abilities, which I think it's not good. Now, obviously, it just comes down to, like, the individual to not allow their use of AI to get to that stage, right? Just use it sparingly, use it in a complementary way, or just use it to do things that you can't do. Like, if you already can't do this thing and you have no interest in learning to do that thing, then it's fine. But the moment it starts to remove skills and abilities that you once were able to do, that's not good, you know? People have already lost the ability to think for themselves with social media. AI has the potential to make that problem worse. Yeah, 1,000,000%. So, but I'm not the AI doom and gloom guy. Like, as an artist, there's many artists that are AI doom and gloom, you know, woe is me, get rid of AI, like, cast it into the fire, like some Isildur, Lord of the Rings, right? But, like, I'm not going to be that artist that's going to have that take. I think that it just comes down to implementation, using it to harness skills that you don't have and complement the skills that you do have, then you're fine. But if the AI is now deleting abilities that you once had, because you got too used to it, you got too used to the convenience, now we're in a very dangerous territory. And a lot of people are finding themselves in that territory, I think. Oops, the hell? Oops. People forget that this tech relies on electricity and internet signal. When you're in a situation when all of that is gone, you'll need to be able to think for yourself. Yeah, exactly. And who knows when that may happen, right? There may be many scenarios or situations where a person might not be able to rely on those things. But yeah, I'm quite passionate about that, because I think it's important to be able to acknowledge the strengths and weaknesses of AI. Like, yeah, I just fundamentally disagree that it's factually worse. I guess that's just a fundamental disagreement that we have then. I think that it's better for people. I think it's fine to champion what AI is good at while also being aware of what the negatives that it can bring. I think that's just the perfect way to look at it. To me, that's the only way to look at it. To claim or to have the stance that AI is only good is just foolishness to me. That doesn't make any sense. Like a person should be able to highlight what's good about the thing while also knowing that if used in this way, it can be destructive and it can be harmful and it can be like a downgrade to like the human society in some ways. Like both of these things can be true at the same time. It doesn't have to be one or the other. What was I gonna do? 224. People forget that. Oh, I read that already. I don't grade tools. Like a knife is a knife. It's not good if it's not good because it cuts your food, and it's not bad because it can kill a person. Your example is not one for one enough. We're not talking about. I'm not talking about the tool. I'm talking about the effect that the tool has on the user. In your example, the knife is not having an effect on the user, right? That's why the example is not. It doesn't hold true. I'm not taking issue with the tool. AI is a tool, but I'm not taking issue with the tool. I'm not taking issue with AI as a tool. I'm taking issue with how the usage of the tool affects the user. The issue that I'm having is with the downgrading of the mind of the user, not the tool. Does that make sense? Like there's a difference there. Like I'm not making the boring, AI is bad because it's a bad tool. Like I acknowledge that people make those arguments, but that's not what I'm talking about. The tool is the tool. The tool is gonna be good or bad, like depending. The tool is only as useful as the person using it, right? Is that not down to how the user uses it? Well, yeah, I already acknowledged that though. I said that if the user uses it, the issue that I have is when the user is now losing the ability to solve issues or to do things that they were once able to do. That is not a problem with the tool. That is a problem with how the person uses the tool. But it's still a risk that may happen when somebody uses AI too much. So it's not an inherent issue with AI. It's more of a side effect of the usage of it. Then the side effect is present within the mind of the person, right? So I understand that, yeah, the AI is a tool, but I don't take issue. My issue is not with the tool, it's with how the tool can be used and when it's used too much, how it can downgrade the psyche or downgrade the potential of the human being, right? Like I think that the two things can be true. Okay. Oh wait, I want to do the armor. That's cool. Who is this character, by the way? I'm just making it up. It's just not the character doesn't exist. I'm just making it up as I go. Cool, you agree with me? It sounds yeah, but yeah, I never. I think earlier I made it clear that I was my issues with AI was never about, like in the example that I gave about me teaching classes and me using the AI to generate me activities to play with that class. And then I went on to describe how I didn't like the idea that I was now using this thing to do something that I was able to do before. Like I was able to do it on my own. And then that was the fear, that was the danger, that was the thing that I didn't like. So it was always the issue that I was having was always how the person can use it and how it can make that person less skillful or less competent with their own mind in that specific area. So I was always speaking about how the AI affects the person and not necessarily shitting on AI as the tool itself. Yeah, I was never attacking AI. Yeah, people can be very lazy. Okay, let me just want to look at some armor. I think this is, let's just see what I make from this. Okay, maybe I want to make this composition-wise. Do I want to make... Okay, I want to make this quite heavy. Like, imagine there was a... Like, when it comes to, like, line art, like, AI still has some development to go, right? Like, you can't just be like, oh, generate me perfect line art of this specific thing. Like, let's say there was a way that I could just have AI generate what I just did right now. The concern that I have about humans and, you know, just the human race and how they may interact with AI is that in that world, it would be difficult for me to resist using the tool to just do this. A skill that I already can do on my own, you know. If I play around with it and I get too comfortable with it, there's just a risk that now instead of doing this on my own and going through the enjoyment of going through the enjoyment and the process and all of the benefits that has, and the fact that it's fun and the fact that it's like engaging your mind, being creative, doing all those things can be deleted by overindulging in the AI. And I just think that's a bad thing for people to that's a bad world for people to exist in. You know, I just don't think that's good. I'm pretty sure you said AI could kill creativity. That's when I was like, nah. Well, it can though. Like in my example that I gave with the teaching, it didn't completely kill my creativity, but it lowered it. And the only reason it didn't lower it any further is because I started to realize, you know what, if I keep going down this path, I'm going to become less creative in this area. So in the story that I gave, it had an effect on my own creativity, on my own ability. It's not even just creativity, it's your own ability to do the thing in the first place. Like, it's going to reduce it. Whether it kills it or not is down to the individual, how the individual allows it to take over. But it definitely reduces it, you know? I'm not saying it reduces it the one time you engage with it, but if you keep going down that path to allow the AI to do something for you that you could do on your own, then you're just gonna, at a certain point, you're gonna have less incentive to want to do it on your own. Okay, you put blame on AI, I put blame, no, I'm putting, C4, I'm not sure where you're getting that from. I'm putting AI on the person. I'm putting the blame on the person. Like in the story that I gave, I'm saying that I used it too much to the point where now I feel like anytime I want to create an activity, I just want to go to the AI. That's my fault. That's the concern that I have. So it's back to the thing that we agree on, right? I'm not putting blame on AI. It doesn't make sense to blame AI. It's only the individual that's going to be to blame. And it doesn't even matter to blame the AI, because what is blaming the AI going to do? The AI exists. It's not going anywhere. You know what I mean? You can't close Pandora's box. It's out for everybody to use. So you can't really do anything with it. A world with no human creativity is very dystopian. I think the real problem is how AI is marketed as a solution for everything instead of just a tool. Yeah, like you can also get into the conversation of, the marketing of it. And also you can get into the conversation of how rewarding it can be for people to use AI, right? Instead of using an actual person that can do it. Like, there are a lot of conversations about perhaps AI needs to, if AI is used, like one popular conversation and concern, which I agree with, is that, especially in the world of art, because AI is pulling from a lot of influences from around the world and different artists, right? Perhaps the people who designed the AI need to have a way that the AI is able to establish or recall where exactly who and where it got some of the results from, so that those people can be credited in some kind of way. And that's quite an important thing, because one of the issues with AI, and this is a specific issue with AI, or maybe an issue with the creators of the AI, is that especially with AI art, which is, you can have a lot of situations where an AI piece of work is produced, and the input, like the large input or influence that the AI used to generate that result, was a real artist or real artists, and then those artists don't get any benefit or any kind of recognition or any kind of monetary gain from that work, right? So there is a conversation that is often being had about how that could be possible, you know. Your wording is throwing me off. I can't follow what you're saying. I'm just saying that, right? Artists should get royalties when their art is used. They need to come up with a system. Yeah. That is something that is being critiqued and discussed. Something does need to change in that area. But yeah, as for my wording, like I'm just saying that. Just think about the story that I gave, right? In the story that I gave, I was able to do a thing, and upon using AI, I found myself in a situation where I no longer feel the desire or the urge to use my own skills to do that thing, because the AI just makes it too easy. And so the issue that I have in that scenario is not with the AI. The issue is that I don't want to be dumber. I don't want to be less creative. I don't want to be less talented at the thing that I was able to do. And if I'm not careful, if I keep using the AI, it's going to remove a skill that I once had. So that's why, and that's on me, right? That's not an issue with the AI. That's an issue on the person who is using the AI too much. So that's the risk that using AI can bring, and that's the world that I don't want to exist. I don't want people to like lose their ability to do things that they were once able to do because now AI is here, you know? I think that's just a scary place to be. But I guess it comes down to whether the person values human ingenuity and being able to do stuff as a human, right? If you're a person that doesn't value that or see the importance of that, then I can understand why that wouldn't be a big deal to you. But for me, I think that's quite important. Sorry, I just need to send a few messages. Hmm. All right, let's continue here. I think I like the shape. Well, I kind of like the shape. Let's do, oops, wrong button. Let's go with something a bit simpler. At first I thought you were drawing a character from your comics. Nope, I'm just making something up. Just I have no idea what it's gonna end up being, but I guess I'll find out soon enough. I think doing too much of X thing is bad is an obvious statement, and you said AI could cause X problem. I thought you were making a different point. Well, yeah, I guess that is the point. Like, I guess that is the point I'm making, but it's kind of like a relationship, right? It's like the AI causes the problem exists because of how the person interacts with it, but the existence of the AI obviously has to play a part somehow because the AI exists, right? But I'm just not putting. I guess what I was trying to focus on is the unique issue that AI can cause, right? Or sorry, the unique issue that people can cause when they use AI too much. That's more of the point that I was trying to focus on. Sorry, Elijah, I don't do drawing requests. I think you asked me that the other day and I said the same thing, so I am not doing commissions at the moment. Maybe in the future, but not right now. Like okay, like explore this like analogy, right? Let's say there was some future technology, let's say 20 years from now, let's say like the world of Deus Ex exists, like the video game Deus Ex, and there's augmentations, like there's nanomachines. People can receive augmentations, right? Let's say there's an augmentation, like let's say you get an augment in your leg, and when you get that augment, you're able to be a b-boy. You're now a break dancer as if you've been a break dancer for 20 years, right? In that world, I would have the same, like the issue I would have with that world is that I think that a person can learn to be a b-boy or a b-girl or a break dancer, and part of the beauty of being a break dancer is the process, is the learning, is the training, is all of there's all kinds of benefits that you gain from becoming a good dancer that isn't just about the result. Like being able to do an air flare or a head spin or whatever, or all these power moves, you don't just do it so you can get to the result. You do it also because you enjoy the process. You enjoy being able to overcome like hurdles and there's all kinds of other psychological reasons too, right? And in my opinion, if there was a world where you can just augment yourself and bypass all of that and just become a 20-year breakdancer by injecting the augment, I think that I don't think that's good, because humans are now living in a world where we are able to downgrade ourselves and do things that we were once able to do, but now we can just like bypass our way to the end result, right? And it's a similar thing that I feel about AI. Now, in that world, it's not the issue that I have with that world is not necessarily the augments. I mean, to some degree it is, but it's more so the issue I'm more so taking is I don't want a world where humans are now existing in a place where we were able to do these things and do them greatly, but now, because it's so convenient to use this augmentation system, now we have no desire to do it on our own. Now we have now the benefits of actually overcoming and trying and failing and trying and failing, now that just gets completely skipped because we can rely on augmentation. So when I say this, I'm illustrating a world that I don't think is good. That's more of the focus. I'm not really saying like, I'm attacking augmentations by this amount and I'm attacking people by this amount. Obviously I'm attacking people more because it's the people that use the thing to be able to do that. But I'm more so making a statement on, if that world exists, if we get to a world where you can just augment your legs and become a pro breakdancer, I think that's a bad world to exist in, because I'm specifically talking about skills that humans were once able to nourish on their own, that they're now taking away from themselves because of their overindulgence in whatever technology exists at the time. That's more of the point I'm making. I spent like 8 years developing my skills, figuring out how to be a good novelist. Now AI can do it in like 5 minutes. But AI still has a way to go when it comes to like writing, like actually writing good stories and stuff. But yeah, I guess it's just a matter of time before it gets better, right? But there are still some elements where AI right now still has a lot of progress to make before that should be a huge concern. Can you draw Serena from Pokemon being here? I think you asked me that the other day. I don't do requests. I really need to figure out the shape of this. I'm not good at drawing armor. This is something quite new. I have an idea. Kind of. The issue is, I know my answer to the breakdancing thing. You just wouldn't believe my answer. What is your answer? I'm guessing your answer is going to be like, you don't think it matters because at the end of the day, it's just about having the skill, or I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure what you'd say, but I'm guessing it's something along the lines of it not mattering. Maybe. The experience of training yourself is valuable. You learn so much about yourself as a person. Yeah. But I acknowledge that some people won't care about that. Some people will just in this hypothetical world, some people will just take the augment because they just want to be able to breakdance, and whatever benefits come with being able to breakdance. Maybe there's a job advert where they're looking for like backup dancers, and they need the backup dancers to be able to breakdance, or let's say there's a role in a movie, and all you need to be is be a good breakdancer to audition for this role. Like, there's going to be people who will be like, well, fuck it, I don't care about the process, I just want to try and get this job. Or maybe there's people that are like, oh, well, breakdancers get a lot of girls. If I'm a breakdancer, I'm going to be popular at the party. So let me take this augment so I can go to the party, bust a couple air chairs and head spins and flares, and then now I might be able to leave the party with a girl. You know what I mean? Like, some people, I can understand that some people just want the end result because they're just looking for the end result, you know? So the desire, I get the desire, and I get that some people won't care about the side effect that I'm mentioning, but I just believe that in a lot of those cases, or just as a whole, I think for an individual that has a specific goal, like I want to be able to break dance so I can just get this job, I think there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But I think a society or a culture in a hypothetical world where everybody is able to just implant the augment and be able to do the thing, when actually you are completely capable of doing the thing on your own and learning and actually having the skill, but you want to take the easy way. Like, I just think that society, I just don't think that's good for humanity, you know. And maybe that's hard to quantify or hard to like describe why, but I just don't think it's good for humanity. Humans are trying to skip hard work and elevate our capabilities. The hypothetical is an extension of this concept to me. The same way you're using a PC to create a drawing, having Robocop do air flares is the same. But for competition and skill acknowledgement, they should be categories differently. Example, non-AI ciphers and AI ciphers for breaking competitions. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I guess you typed that before I said what I said about like, I understand why some people would want to skip the hard work. I'm just saying that I think it's better to not have a world where humans are just skipping all of those fundamentals, like skipping hard work at every corner. I just don't think that's good. And I think even you can imagine a world or imagine reasons why, if we live in a society where there's a cheat code, there's a shortcut for everything. There's an augment for this, there's a pill for that, there's an AI for that, there's a something for everything to replace actually doing the thing. I think even you would be able to acknowledge somehow that, okay, if we now live in a society where this exists, there's probably going to be some side effects, or that probably isn't a good thing. Maybe it becomes a fine thing if just everyone just accepts that that's how the way things are, right? If everyone just accepts it, then at that point humans have basically evolved to a different level, and hard work is now a thing of the past, and we can just augment, take the pill. Maybe in that world, maybe it doesn't matter because everyone's doing it. But I think that there's something to be said about the loss, right? Even in that hypothetical world, the fact still remains that humans were once able to do that on their own. In a world where augment to be a breakdancer, take a pill to be super intelligent and maybe pass a test to be a doctor, use this AI to do this, like in that world, I think that there's something to be said about this world has replaced the world where humans were able to do that on their own. And that's mostly what I'm saying, you know? Like there is something tangible and viewable and visible to me anyway, where if that world exists, I just see that world as a shame, considering that we've reduced our own capabilities, like our own abilities, you know, in order to replace it with this other stuff. I just think I don't know. I wouldn't want that world to exist, basically. If you suffered a grave accident, would you rather an AI surgeon or a surgeon who had studied for 20 plus years? Well, assuming that the AI surgeon is I think in your comparison, in your question, the AI surgeon would have the limitless. The AI surgeon wouldn't have a ceiling. It wouldn't be an AI surgeon versus a surgeon who studied for 20 years. Technically, it would be an AI surgeon who has no limitation to the amount of years that he could have lived on this planet to learn medical stuff. It would be, I'm the AI surgeon, you have an issue, let me fix it. Oh, this is the problem? Tap into the mainframe of the entire existence of all the knowledge everywhere, and then now I solve the problem, right? So, in practice, it wouldn't be an AI surgeon versus somebody who's studied medicine for 20 years. Now, I would probably choose the 20-year person, but like on paper, if we're talking about like actual AI, the AI surgeon should be better than the surgeon who studied for 20 years. I think skipping hard work is good 98% of the time. Less time grinding is better for scientific progress and discovering. If I'm playing a game, I want the grind. Obviously, IRL, I don't want that. But again, you're not engaging with the. It's not just about hard work though, right? Like, it's also about there is a loss. Like there is a loss when, like, the enjoyment. Like, for example, when you're learning to be a dancer, and you're overcoming obstacles, like you miss out on the feeling of improving. You miss out on 6 months ago, I couldn't do this freeze. Now I can do this freeze. I'm improving. And the improving isn't just a matter of, great, I'm improving. Yay, I passed the milestone. There's all kinds of chemicals that release into your brain, into the rest of your body, where there's a certain level of confidence and ego and fulfillment that you're able to obtain by going through these stages. And all of that is deleted if you just have the augment, you know? Again, I'm not denying that people would want to skip that just to get the end result. I'm just saying that let's not ignore that there are some actual important things that are lost out on, that are missed out on if we live in a world where the augments exist. You also miss out on breaking an arm. I get people like the journey. I just think that it's an ego thing, which isn't bad. It's just meh. But I don't think it's just ego though. Like, I think there's I don't know, man. I just think that there's a level of, like, there's something that you tap into when you're able to, like, and you know this as somebody that is a dancer, right? Like, I don't know. I just think that it's quite important. Like, let me ask you this question. You know those people that use them, you know them scooters? They're not scooters where you hold like this and ride around. It's just like a flat surface and you stand on it. You just stand on it and you just move forward, right? Now, when I see this, I think to myself, this is a crazy thing to use, because at least when you ride a bike, you're still using your muscles. At least when you walk, or when you kick on a scooter, where the one where you have to kick with your leg, you're actually engaging with your muscles, right? But in a world where people are now using this thing where you just stand and you press a button and you just move like you're on an escalator on the ground moving towards your destination. The segways, right? Can you acknowledge that there's a world where, let's say there's like perfect, even better segways, like they're able to intelligently turn the corners and go up and down different terrain, right? Can you acknowledge that there's a world where the side effect of using the segways now means that our leg muscles are not being used? And I guess, yeah, if we don't need to use it, then fine, I guess we don't need to use it, right? But like, there's going to be a negative side effect of living in a world where humans have muscles for a reason. We have our kneecaps, we have our you know what I mean, the different leg muscles, like they're supposed to be used, they're supposed to be engaged. And sure, if you want to focus on the end result of getting to the destination, then I guess you can say the leg muscles don't matter, because as long as you get to the destination. But I'm just asking, like, I'm just wondering, do you acknowledge that there is a world where if we now use this technology too much, the side effect of now our leg muscles are like de-evolving, like now we're getting weaker, like we're actually getting weaker? That's the issue. Like, that's the physical version of the issue that I have with what could happen if we use certain tools to replace our creativity. The same way that if you use a Segway every day, your leg muscles are going to get weaker to the point where it's detrimental. And I also think if you overuse these AI things or these tools to replace your ability to think, the same way that your leg muscles get weaker and that's bad, I think there's a mental capability that gets weaker, and I think that's bad. If you want muscle, you can go to the gym, innit? But you're not engaging with the question though. I'm asking you to examine what happens when we live in a world where people use like you realize that's not an answer to the question. The question is like, do you not see that there is a side effect, that there is a tangible, analyzable negative of using Segways, over relying on Segways, and now you're not even engaging with your leg muscles in a daily way, like the way that you need to actually engage with your leg muscles. Saying that you can go to the gym, that's not engaging with the question. No, I don't. As much as people that take public transport, well, I don't get what you mean. Like in the Segway world, people are also going to be taking public transport. Like they might Segway to the bus stop, get on the bus, get off the bus, Segway to work, finish work, Segway to the bus, and then repeat it, right? So the Segway situation is already going to be existing in a world where public transport exists anyway. The Segway is just another layer of, this is another thing that is enabling people to not use their body the way that they should. Like, I think what I'm trying to get you to acknowledge is that in a world where everybody's using Segways, do you not acknowledge that in that world, people's leg muscles are going to be weaker? Assuming that they're just regular people. We're not talking about going to the gym and ways that you can get around, you know what I mean, having your leg muscles be improved. Well, I'm trying to get you to explore, in that world where everybody's using Segways to, like, instead of walking to the place, instead of walking for 10 minutes like you normally would, you now Segway for 10 minutes. In that world, do you acknowledge that people's leg muscles are not going to be as developed? People are actually going to be weaker if that world existed for like 5 or 10 years or longer. Like you can't say no to that question. What I have here. It's the same neck. Oh, yeah. I think you don't understand the arbitrary nature of what you're saying. Using a Segway is like driving. Both things stop you from walking and exercising. But if that is a concern to the individual, they will gym. I'm trying to engage with the point, but it's not really a point in my opinion. What I'm saying is that I understand that you can replace Segway with driving. What I'm trying to say is that, like, my point is that a Segway is walking is the bare minimum, right? What I'm trying to illustrate is if Segways don't exist, if you need to go to the bus stop and the bus stop is 5 minutes away, you're going to walk to the bus stop. You're going to walk for 5 minutes. You're going to actually engage with your leg muscles, right? Sure, some people may drive to the bus stop. Some people may take a bike to the bus stop. But we can acknowledge that if a bus stop is 5 minutes away, most people will walk to the bus stop, correct? Right? So what I'm trying to say is, in a hypothetical world, with the Segway, if a person is now going to Segway to the bus stop instead of walking, I don't think that's good, because in an occasion where you would normally just walk and at least use your leg muscles, and for that 5 minutes you're getting a bit of cardio, you're engaging like your spine, your leg muscles, you're swinging your arms, like you're doing the bare minimum of fitness, right? Now in a world where Segways can get people to their bus stop that's 5 minutes away, I'm saying that is a world where I think is it's not a good place to be, because of the side effect of, now even in a case where walking for 5 minutes would have been the original solution, now you just segue there, right? So yeah, I acknowledge that cars exist, motorbikes exist, bicycles exist, and you can use that to shortcut your way to a place. But I'm saying in this specific instance, right? In instances where walking is more than reasonable and more than fine because of the distance, it's not even that far. In that world where people are like, oh fuck it, like let me just segue there, right? Similar to in a world where, again, where previously I was saying that I could come up with my own lesson plans, and then now it's like, oh, you know what? I could come up with this, but let me just use the AI. And again, that's how I decide to use it. Like, I can still decide to not use the AI, right? So again, I'm not putting all of the blame on the AI. I'm just saying, in a world where somebody will segue for 5 minutes to the bus stop instead of walking, do you not see that as a bad thing, or you don't think that's a bad thing? I guess that's more of the direct question. In that specific example, in the example where bus stop is 5 minutes away, in 2024, people will walk to that bus stop. In 2054, maybe people are going to be segueing to that bus stop. In 2054, do you acknowledge that in that time period, more people are probably going to have weaker leg muscles, because even at the bare minimum, they're not going to be using their leg muscles. They're just going to be segueing everywhere, or segueing. If you're going to segue to somewhere 5 minutes away, you're probably going to segue somewhere 10 minutes away or whatever, right? Like that's what I'm trying to get you to explore. The Segway is more of an example analogy to show that there is a trade-off for convenience. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I don't see how that can't be disagreeable. Like, if we live in a world, like right now, people will walk to the bus stop 5 minutes away. If we now live in a world where Segways are so good and so convenient that we now just segue our way to the bus stop that's 5 minutes away, I don't see how over time we're gonna evolve to a point where we become lazier. We just become overly reliant on these great pieces of technology, to the point where now we're unable to engage and use our bodies in the way that we once were, which can be quite bad. That's all I'm saying. I don't see how that's disagreeable. Does this make sense? I think it needs to be further over here. Oh wait, that doesn't make sense. I guess this needs to be up here a bit. Could you give an example, another example? I think the segue one isn't hitting right. Wait, why not? Or can you describe why it's not working? Like, I feel like the segue thing should be explorable. Like it's simple. It's a simple example. Can you at least try to engage with it? Because I feel like this is something that should be engageable. I don't like how this is interacting with this up here. Let's see how this looks actually. Boobies. Okay, I think this works. Okay, maybe. Here's a question. Similar, okay. Going back to the augment example, right? Do you think that it would be bad if in a world where you could augment your body and learn any kind of dance, right? To the masterful level, right? In that world, there probably won't be a lot of dance classes, right? Or people who are willing to teach dance and people who are willing to learn dance, right? So the whole skill set of being a dance teacher, the fun of taking a dance class or teaching dance, you know, the social aspect of it, all of that is gonna be incinerated because we live in a world where we can just augment our way into being dancers, right? So can you, in that world, would you say that it's bad that because now augments exist, this entire industry, this entire social part of humanity, like going to a class and taking part in a dance class, do you acknowledge that, like, perhaps that wouldn't be a good thing? Or do you think that, well, it doesn't matter because everybody just gets the result that they want, and so we don't need classes anymore? Like, I'm just curious what you would say. I tried engaging, but you rejected my answers. But I also think there are many flaws in the Segway example because we have electric scooters, and I don't think that makes people lazy. But the reason why I said Segway is specifically because of, maybe I didn't illustrate this, so that's my fault. I specifically use Segways because I think that Segways are like they're like the most stationary you can be while traveling, right? Like, at least while traveling on the ground, right? At least a bicycle, like, there's a difference between a biking to the bus stop on a bicycle versus segwaying to the bus stop on a bicycle. At least a bicycle, there's some engagement with your body and you're doing some kind of cardio and you're keeping yourself like up to date as like a human with like functioning muscles and stuff, right? But a Segway is just, you're just standing. You're not. It's like that's the reason why I was using a Segway. No, because you'll have non-AI dancers also. You will have two branches of dancing. I don't think you would. I mean, obviously you're gonna get some dancers that are well, I mean, even earlier you acknowledged that in a world where you can augment your way to being a great dancer, a lot of people would do that. Sure, there's gonna be some people that are gonna want to do it the old way, but I said electronic scooter, not a bicycle. Well, yeah, you can replace it. Okay, it doesn't have to be a Segway. You can replace it with electronic, like whatever thing that is similar to a Segway where you're just standing there, you're not moving. Sure. The only way I just said Segway because of just how funny it is in my mind. Just somebody just standing there, like you're just standing straight and just like moving automatically. That's the only reason why. But any other technology that allows you to just stand on it and get to your destination without actually engaging with your body's muscles in any way, you can replace it with that. It doesn't have to be a Segway. But you said there's many flaws, right? So what are the flaws? And again, I'm not highlighting the lazy part. I'm trying to get you to acknowledge that you have to admit that you're like, whether it's a Segway or whether it's an electronic scooter, the problem that I'm trying to get you to address is, in a world where people are so comfy with the technology that they're willing to use an electric scooter to get to the bus stop that's only 5 minutes away. Do you acknowledge that if that was to keep happening, that the humans who do that, their muscles, they're not going to be engaging with their body in the way that they probably should to maintain a healthy frame, to have more longevity, to have better mobility or sustained mobility, right? Like, that's what I'm trying to get you to acknowledge. And within that acknowledgement, you would also acknowledge that they were once able to do that. Prior to the Segway, prior to the electric scooter, prior to all of these things that made things super convenient, they were able to just get out of bed and walk. They were able to be a bit more fit. But in a world where some of these things exist and people are over relying on them, we may enter a world where you're going to have just less healthier humans, less fit humans. And I just don't think that's good. But maybe there's just a fundamental disagreement. In my head, I don't see how somebody could not acknowledge that that's not a good thing. Like, at most, maybe you can say, oh, okay, well, it's a trade-off, right? Like, the trade-off of not being fit anymore is worth the trade-off for the convenience. Like, maybe you can make that argument, but I wouldn't make that argument. I don't think it's a good thing. Capitalism will reward the AI dancers more than the traditional ones, making traditional dance classes obsolete. Yeah, I think that would end up happening too. I feel this is a strange trap question to enable a slippery slope thought process. I disagree, but I'm not sure how else to come at this from. like what we're exploring. These are some of the concerns that people do have with things like AI, right? Because one of the things we tried to explore earlier is that, like, again, I'm not the like doomsayer for AI. Like, oh, AI is here, ring the alarms, the end is upon us, the end is nigh. Like that's I'm not that person, but to act like there are not some concerns and risks with humans' relationship with AI, to act like there are no concerns there is madness to me. I don't. And it sounds like you're going on like there's nothing to be concerned about, and there just is. Like there just is, right? I think that's all I'm really saying. Like, beyond all of this, beyond the segue thing, beyond the augment example, all we're really saying is that there are some reasonable concerns to have with how humans engage with AI. And it's not necessarily, yeah, I'm also just talking about the concerns that many people have with how humans are going to engage with AI and things like that as we progress through the future. Okay, wait, let me fix this body first. Shapes, come on. This needs to be lower. Does that make sense? Not really. Oh, I think I know what's wrong. Maybe. Yeah, I'm spending a lot of time on this chest right here. Okay, maybe. Okay, I need to make sense of this armor over here. How is this sticking to her body? How? Maybe something here. Maybe this is like a glove, like a giant part of a glove. How would that make sense? No, I can't make it a glove. Just has to be a shoulder piece. Let's see, maybe something like this. Maybe. That makes sense. Let's turn my aircon on, jeez. Does it ever lead to performance issues if you draw every piece in a new layer? Not really, no. I mean, it could if I had a crappier computer, but not really. And I try, the new layer stuff is just temporary anyway. Like I'm gonna eventually put things together and stuff, but yeah. And I'm only doing this because if I make a mistake and I want to change something later, you know, just being able to, I want to change the neck, okay, get rid of the neck, or I want to change the boobs, get rid of the chest, you know. It's just good to do that for while I'm building the piece. You know, so I need to turn my aircon on. Let's go and shuffle. Shuffle time. This one. This one. I think it's this one. Yep, love this song. Aircon. I'm giving my answer some depth, deep thought. I don't think you need to. I think that this is, I don't think this is something that requires deep thought. Like surely, even if you don't think so, I'm letting you know that like this is a discussion. This is a discussion that is constantly being had in the world of like AI and things like that, right? This is a popular, it's almost like philosophical. It's kind of like a philosophical debate that has been raging on for years and years. So the answer just should be yes. Like there is some reasonable concerns to be had with how humans can and will engage with this stuff because of what we may lose in the process. I don't think it. I mean, I guess it's good that you're thinking carefully so you come up with your own answer, but I guess I'm just trying to let you know that this, like, greater minds than my mind, your mind, and everybody's mind in this chat room combined. Greater minds have already acknowledged that this is a tricky thing. This is a thing that has some fair and valid concerns. It's kind of similar to the abortion thing we were talking about yesterday, right? Where it's like there's so many different perspectives on abortion that just conceding and acknowledging that there's a lot of issues with different perspectives and different takes on, I think life begins here. No, I think life is actually this. And like this is an eternal debate that is raging on and on, you know? So somebody was like, do you acknowledge that, you know, this argument of abortion has this weakness, or if you believe in this, then do you acknowledge that this could be an issue or a concern, or, you know, that's all I'm trying to get you to concede on. It's not even really much of a concession. It's just being it's just being logical, really. And I know you tout yourself as a super logical person, so I'm surprised that you're having such resistance to this. Alright, do I like the shape? I don't think I do. It looks cute, I guess. Okay, so now here we want to, can do that on the same layer. I want to do this, but I don't want to do this bubble thing. It's just longer. Wait, so let's do it like that. Almost the right line. Maybe this needs to be thicker or just up here. Oops. Oopsie. How easy was it for you to move across the world? Do you still have family in the UK? Oh, for sure. Well, I first came out here on a working holiday visa to work with my older brother at his company. But then after that, I started doing the English teaching thing. It's quite easy for us, like Westerners, to go to Asia, especially if you, the easiest way that most people can come here is to be an English teacher. And to be an English teacher, you just need a degree. You just need a degree of any kind. It doesn't have to be an English-related degree. Just any degree, any bachelor's. And then you don't even need to find a job first, because a lot of people basically there's a list of countries where when we travel to certain parts of Asia, you get your landing visa. And your landing visa in Taiwan, you can stay for 3 months, I believe. In Japan, I also believe it's 3 months. And so 3 months is enough time to find a job, right? So you can have your degree, fly over, stay for 3 months. You don't need to do any government anything. You just show your British passport, and then you get 3 months stay. And then in that 3 months you can be shopping around trying to find work. But if you mean like easy in terms of social stuff, I still got family back home, and obviously time zone differences and missing out on a lot of stuff like nieces and nephews being born, brothers having children and getting married. Like, you miss out on a lot of things. That's can be quite hard, especially when you're not paying attention for a while, and then next thing you know, the family member that existed as a baby picture, like a 7-month-year-old baby picture, you blink and then you look at the picture again, or you look at the group chat, and now this kid is in school. They're wearing a school uniform and they're getting ready for their first day at school. So you miss a lot of stuff like that, which is can be quite rough. But yeah, that's just one of the downsides. I think this needs to curve a bit less. I should make her a bit muscular. See how that feels. Just a little bit muscular. I don't think I've ever drawn like a muscular woman before. Maybe a bit more. Maybe just let's do it more. Bulging triceps. Yeah, triceps. This is crazy. Muscles. Oh wait, no, I wouldn't see that muscle, right? It would be like more here. Maybe too muscular. Oh, you sent a voice note. Okay, hold on. Let's move this down. This song makes me remember our conversations about 13 a decade ago. Wait, what did we say about it again? I remember. I think you were much more approving of it, right? I think you liked it a lot more than I did. But back then, I don't even know if all 3 games were out yet. I don't know if it was just FF13 or if when we spoke about it, there was already 13.2 and Lightning Returns. But yeah, I can't remember what was said in our conversations. Voice note. 5 minutes. Okay. And we can't double speed this. Oh no. Oh no. Discord, please add a ×2 feature. Or times 1.5.
I had to take a step back from the convo, and I got a little bit better. And I was trying to understand, other than obviously you being the streamer and I'm being in chat, there's always going to be some difference in in the communication levels, right? What I noticed, I said it last time. I think the first time we spoke about the religious thing, and I was like, "You're getting me to say yes to an obvious statement, like water is wet." And then from that, you basically imply that I have to agree with this. And this is what you've done this time. And the problem on my end on the conversation is I have a spider sense and I can't ignore my spider sense. My spidey sense was going off and I was like, he's trying to trap me. He's trying to trap me into a slippery slope. Because what you're saying is, essentially what you're saying is, you can pause or whatever after this. You're saying, with the Segway example, if someone doesn't walk for 5 minutes, that is going to lead to the detriment of humanity. And I'm like, no. So
what?
But then what you do is you take a step back and go,
what kind of uncharitability is that? Is that reframing? Come on. That's okay.
You have to acknowledge that going on a Segway instead of walking for 5 minutes is bad. And I was like, yes, that's the water is wet. So you're getting me to agree with that, and then the slippery slope bit comes in afterwards where you're like, this is a bad thing because then people are going to be lazy. And I said, no, that doesn't entail from that. Someone using a Segway to get to the bus stop, even though you saw it as a meme, I was being legit. They could take a Segway to the gym, and you wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that they're being lazy. I say they're cutting out time. Now, cutting out time can lead to laziness. It can. But what you're saying is, no, it always does. That's why I'm hesitant, and I had to do...
But okay, the intent of the Segway example, it's not to say, if you agree to this example, therefore, it's going to 100% lead to that world, right? The reason why I'm trying to use the Segway example as like a pocket dimension, right? It's like within that pocket, in this specific example, do we agree that if there is a single person who uses the Segway to get to the bus stop that's only 5 minutes away, and that's how they live their life, and assuming, obviously, a person that's taking a Segway to a bus stop 5 minutes away is probably not the kind of person going to the gym, right? This person is not going to be Segwaying to the gym. And even if they are, by virtue of the mindset of what it takes to Segway your way to the gym, and work out is just so backwards that this is not the kind of person we're talking about. We're talking about a person who is so lazy that they go to the gym, they go to the bus stop on a Segway. That's the pocket dimension. That's the pocket thing that I'm trying to get you to agree to, right? If the answer to that is yes, I'm not then saying that because you said yes to this, therefore, in the future, or I'm not saying that saying yes to this example means that in the future, XYZ will happen. I'm saying that if there was a future, since we can agree that in this specific example that the person doing the bus stop thing is lazy to the point where they may be having a detrimental effect on just the regular day-to-day activities that every human should be engaging in, such as just walking and moving your body around, stretching, using your muscles, right? If that is true in this pocket dimension example, then if we have another example where, let's say 50 years from now, that this kind of thing is happening a lot more, whether it's segues, whether it's like augmentations to download the ability to do something that you used to have to learn to do with your own, your own time and muscles and ingenuity, right? Like if we can agree that in the hyper specific tiny segue example that, okay, in that specific example, that person's probably engaging in a behavior that's probably not that great because they're not even using their basic functionality of their muscles. If we now extrapolate that and blow that up into a massive world and we say, okay, now imagine that specific example exaggerated and blown out like into the greater society, can we acknowledge that might not be, that's probably not a good thing? That's what I'm trying to get you to do. I'm not trying to say if you say yes to this, then this world leads to that. No, I'm not saying the Segway situation leads to that world. I'm saying that in this example, do we agree that this is the case? Yes, no, okay. Now, blow up this example, right? Not a pathway to the world, just blow up the example, stop the example here, and now let's apply this same ideology to the greater world. Can we then come to the same conclusion? That's what I'm trying to get you to explore. I'm just trying to clarify that. Like, I'm not saying that saying yes to this segue means that saying yes to the segue leads to the world of the bigger example that I'm trying to give. I'm just trying to use it as a way to micromanage or microanalyze the situation.
I say they're cutting out time. Now, cutting out time can lead to laziness. It can. But what you're saying is, no, it always does. That's why I'm hesitant, and I had to do the deep thinking. And I'm not. And
I never said that it always does either. I never said that. Of course, it doesn't always lead to laziness, right? Like there's a lot of things that we do out of convenience because it's convenient, but the individual, whether it leads to laziness, is going to depend on the individual, of course, right? So I'm not making that claim either.
On your end, probably it looks like I'm trying to escape the obvious. It's like I acknowledge the obvious. I'm not even going to address the obvious. It's so obvious, I'm not even going to say that. What I'm addressing is the point that you're leading from the obvious statement. I'm talking about the.
But the problem that I'm having is that when you say that it's obvious to the point where you don't even address it, I don't know that you think it's obvious. I don't know that you're acknowledging, okay, yeah, this obvious thing is the case. At least say that so that I know that you're on that page, and then the discussion can happen, right? But if you just assume that I think that you know that it's obvious, then the assumption is incorrect because I didn't know that you thought it was obvious. When you don't tell me that you agree to this obvious thing, now I'm thinking that now I think that you don't think it's obvious, or you think that it seems like you disagree, and then that's sending me for a loop. Like how does he not agree with this thing? So I think like in future you got to at least let me know that you agree to the obvious thing, so that I at least know that, because I can't read your mind and know that you think it's obvious.
Even going to address the obvious. It's so obvious, I'm not even going to say that. What I'm addressing is the point that you're leading from the obvious statement. I'm talking about the part past the water is wet. I'm on the aqua bit. That's what I'm talking about, because I know that's where you're leading me to. But again, I'm using my spider sense and trying to jump ahead of the conversation. So yes, using a segue instead of walking is bad because your leg muscles. There's obviously going to be circumstances where using a segue is better, but for the most part, yes, using a segue is making you not use your leg muscles. I'm happily to say that's bad. I don't think it's inherently bad, but for the sake of argument, I'll say that's bad.
Okay.
What you're going on to next is where I'm like, no, that's down to the person. The person can choose not to engage in their leg muscles and use them. Using a Segway and then going to the gym shows that they care about their leg muscles. But with your hyper, like,
Well,
specific example,
that's not necessarily true. Okay. If you saw someone go into the gym on a Segway, this is not behavior of somebody that really understands fitness. Like, do you agree with that? Like, it's possible that it's possible that they just really want to get to the gym super conveniently and then do the ultimate sickest workout. It's possible that the best personal trainer in the world could go to the gym on a Segway. But we would probably, the assumption that this is probably not likely to be the case is a fair assumption, right? Like there's no way that a person who cares about fitness and losing weight or gaining muscle, whatever it is, this kind of person is not going to be taking a Segway to the gym. Maybe they'll take a bike because at least they're, using the bicycle. Maybe they'll do that. But I can't imagine a stationary piece of technology where you can just electro scooter your way to the gym. Like, this is not behavior. This is not behavior that reflects somebody who is really tapped into to understanding their fitness and trying to get the most out of their body.
you're trying to lead me into.
Bro, there are people that go to the gym and smoke. Sure, but like, I'm not denying that there's people that do this. I'm saying that I would attack that person and be like, listen, I know you're going to the gym, but how hard are you really working? Like, how much is this gym adventure actually having an effect or mattering if you're just going to the gym on a Segway? Like, and okay, let me rephrase. I'm also attacking the mindset, right? The kind of mindset that you need to have to go to the gym. Like, it takes a lot to go to the gym, walk there, or however you're getting there, and you're like, I'm gonna spend at least an hour here. I'm gonna stay here until my muscles are sore. I'm gonna really get my time's worth going to the gym. It seems to be the case that, like, it is. I acknowledge that it's possible that the best trainer in the world may take a Segway to the gym, but in terms of likelihood and in terms of, like, thinking about the mindset of a person who goes to the gym is probably not going to be the mindset of the kind of person who would Segway to the gym. Like, the key thing I'm trying to explore here is, I'm sure we can both agree that it's about a behavior, right? Somebody who the kind of person that wants to Segway to the gym is not exhibiting traits of like the most enthusiastic, passionate fitness person. Because if you were that person, you wouldn't Segway to the gym. So I'm not denying that there's people that do it. I'm just attacking. I'm just attacking, like, what do you mean abandon this hill? This is not. Why should I abandon this hill? Again, I'm not disagreeing that there are people that do it. Do you think that somebody that Segways to the gym, do you think if, like, question, if there are people, like, I don't even know if there's an easier way to phrase this. Like, are you telling me that you think that it's not the case that somebody that would Segway to the gym is probably not somebody who is, like, the most fitness minded? Like, sure, you can go to the gym, but if you were really about fitness, you wouldn't be Segwaying to the gym. Is that a fair take, or am I the crazy one? There's no way, and I say that sarcastically because I know I'm not the crazy one on this. Like, before I finish a voice note, I need a. How is that not fair? How is that EX unfair? I need to hear this out before. The key word there is some, right? Like, again, like, okay, forget smoking because I don't know much about smoking. I don't smoke. I'm not trying to make a statement on, and I think there is a bit of a difference, right? Like, I could understand that if somebody's not doing cardio, if somebody just wants to go to the gym and just maximum gains, all they care about is aesthetics, they just want a big chest, they want big biceps and triceps, right? I can see a world where, like, in their mind, them smoking is not going to be taking away their gains. It's not really, they might think it's not interfering. I'm not making a claim that smoking is worse or better. What I'm talking about is the mindset, right? Like, I can see a world where the mindset of somebody who is a smoker might not be at odds with the mindset of somebody going to the gym. I agree to that. But what I am saying is that the kind of person that has the mindset to take a Segway to the gym doesn't strike you. It shouldn't strike people as, oh, this person's like really into fitness. Because being into fitness, you wouldn't segue to the gym. Smokers who go to the gym are basically countering the health risks of smoking rather than reach. Yeah. So yeah, that's why, like, I can concede that if you just want to be big buff Dwayne The Rock Johnson, you can be a smoker and you can achieve that, and sure, right? But that's why I never brought up smoking. You did. I'm talking about the Segway. And what I'm trying to get you to acknowledge is that can you not see a world where, like, it's again, the key word here is mindset. Segwaying to the gym does not strike me as the mindset of somebody who's super fitness orientated, like they're really serious about fitness. If you're really serious about fitness, whether it's cardio, whether it's getting gains, whatever it is, it's just, again, is it possible? Yes, it's possible that somebody who is hardcore serious about fitness could use a Segway to go to the gym, right? And again, we're like assuming we're not talking about a one-off. We're not talking about, this person has a personal training appointment at the gym. They're about to be late. Okay, let me segue real quick. We're talking about somebody who, if you're making a habit of, let's say you go to the gym 4 days a week, right? Or however many times you go to the gym. If you're segueing there all the time, I just don't. Nope, segueing to the gym is moot to the mindset of fitness. Zero correlation. I don't know. I think that I guess what I'm saying is, like, if, to me, segueing to the gym is kind of like I'm not saying it cancels out the fitness or anything. I just think that oftentimes, I guess here's what I'm saying. Oftentimes, if somebody really is caring about their fitness, and they have a choice between walking to the gym or running to the gym and segueing to the gym, most of the time, segueing is not going to be the choice, right? That's what I'm trying to say. And I don't know, if you disagree, then we can just agree to disagree on that, because that's crazy to me.
Quote unquote obvious answer, which you like was saying. The person can choose not to engage in their leg muscle.
To me, smoking is way more of an indication of someone's mindset of fitness. That's why I brought it up. But sure, but I don't know too much about, like, the hardcore side effects of smoking. I know obviously there are some, but I don't care to explore that example because I don't know much about it. But I feel a lot more confident talking about, like, even just socially, man. Like, socially, if you had a bunch of friends sitting at the table, and there's 7 of you, and you're talking about, you know, your week or whatever, and then you're just having a casual conversation, and then somebody says, oh, you know, John, like, you know, he likes to segue to the gym. Like, I could see a world where people are like, why you segue to the gym? Like, especially if he's like, oh, the gym is 5 minutes away, and he segues to the gym. Like, I could just see a lot of people would look at that and be like, why? Why would you segue to the gym? Especially, like, let's say he goes to the gym to do cardio, right? Imagine you go into the gym. Imagine when you go to the gym, you're doing cardio. So when you go to the gym, you segue. Like, why not just walk to the gym? Walk. You start. You know what I mean? You get your steps in, and then you get to the gym and you go on the running machine, and then you walk back home. But, like, the illustration of cardio, segue to the gym, do your cardio, and then segue back, it just seems backwards. But anyway, I don't want to harp on that too much, but that's just some backwards shit right there. That doesn't make any sense. Oh shit, wrong.
And use them.
Okay, I'll ask the dicker question. Do segue or no about Segway to make this point. Maybe using a Segway works your core as you have to maintain balance. I don't think that's how Segways work, right? Like
Using a
if it is the case that actually Segways is like a great way to maintain balance, then okay, then the point changes. I guess I'm wrong, right? Do you Segway or know about Segway? Yeah. If it turned out to be the case that actually Segway is like a great core exercise, then everything I said is completely invalid, right? I don't know that to be the case. If I'm wrong, I'm fine to concede that. Fine. But to my knowledge, Segway is it doesn't do that, and on top of that, you're not doing the bare minimum of just like getting some steps in, you know.
Segway and then going to the gym shows that they care about their leg muscles. But with your specific example, you're trying to lead me into the quote unquote obvious answer, which you were saying. But then when I come with an example, it's never qualified. So it is very similar to the knife thing. My knife example explains that. The Segway is the tool. It's not bad to the person is the bad thing in the equation. If you abuse using the Segway because you don't want to walk, then that's bad. But if you use a Segway because you've got to get from point A to point B quicker, you've got to get to the gym at a specific time.
we earlier we already agreed. We what you just said there, I already agree with. If somebody's abusing the Segway, that's bad. If somebody just uses a Segway one off, like one time a month, 2 times a month, yeah, that's not bad. Like we already agreed that of course that's the case. Like in the Segway example that I'm bringing up now about the Segway person going to the gym, like I'm assuming like okay, maybe make it clear. In the example, I'm talking about a situation where every time they go to the gym, they use a Segway. Like they're not going they're not Segwaying to the gym because they're late or because they really need to. They just can't be bothered on that day. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in the case where somebody who goes to the gym Segways there all the time, that doesn't strike me as behavior or a mindset of somebody who is really, really concerned or really serious about fitness. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think that's an unfair assumption to make. I may be wrong. If I apply that assumption to a certain individual, it could be the case that actually not. In this case, this individual, sure, he segues to the gym all the time, but this man is really serious about going to the gym. I can see that could happen. But I'm just saying, like, it's a safe guess. I think most people would agree it's a safe guess that if you're the kind of person that will segue to the gym when the gym is 5 minutes away, 10-minute walk away, it's not unfair to be like, to wonder, I don't think this person is that serious about fitness or what, like, or if not that or they might think it just seems strange. It seems like a strange choice to make, to go to the house of fitness and then you get there in the most unfit way possible, especially when you can just walk. Let's keep in mind how beneficial walking is. Walking is very good. It's very good to walk. It engages so many different parts of your body. It's not like the best fitness exercise in the world, but walking to and from somewhere consistently 3 or 4 times a week adds up, right? So again, it's not crazy for somebody to look at somebody segueing to the gym and think like, either this person's not that serious about fitness or it's just weird. It's just odd. You know what I mean? Like that's not an unreasonable position to take. I wish I had enough clout to Twitter poll this take. I don't know, man. One of us is crazy. My friend is obviously you're gonna say it's not me, but I'm gonna say those words first. It's definitely not me.
Warren paying how much money you use a day.
Like, you can even see this reflected in reality. There's a reason why when you see people going to the gym, they either walk, they either jog, they either take a bike, right? Sure, if they live far away, you have to get on public transport, right? If you live half an hour away from the gym, probably you want to take the tube or the bus or whatever, right? But we're talking about a scenario. Again, the scenario we're exploring is the gym is 5 or 10 minutes away. It's walking distance away. In the event where the gym is walking distance away and a man is segueing to the gym, people are gonna look at that behavior and they're gonna side eye it. That's really what I'm trying to get you to acknowledge, right? Like, you would side eye that. Come on, man. You can't tell me you wouldn't hear that a guy who lives 5 minutes away for the gym is segueing there every time he goes. He's not segueing there because in this one-off time. Every time he goes, he's segueing. You're gonna look at that person and be like, that's a bit odd. Maybe for you, at most, you would say, that's a bit strange. But for me, I might say that's a bit strange, or I might say, I don't know how serious this person is about fitness if they live walking distance from the gym and they're segueing there. If you poll that, if that's what you poll, that you're not winning that poll. If the poll is it weird if you live 5 minutes away from the gym, is it weird to segue to the gym? You're losing that poll. 100% of the time, you're losing that poll. Walking could be part of the workout they're able to do at the gym. Like, exactly. That's an instant loss poll. Like, I'm glad you don't have the clout that you said that you would need to have to poll that accurately, because you would be incinerated. Like, you would be destroyed. Like, you know, Guilty Gear, when you get the death move and you just say, destroyed. What's May? What's you know, May from Guilty Gear, and then it says destroyed, and the dolphin comes up, the cute dolphin. Destroyed. That's what will come up on your screen if you poll that. Arnold Schwarzenegger smokes. Do you think he's not serious about fitness? I'm not making this claim. You keep moving to the smoking thing. I'm not making this claim about smoking. I'm not trying to move it to smoking. I don't know much about smoking, but I do know that like a person can be, the difference with smoking is that like there's a more of an addiction element to that. So a person can be a smoker because they've been smoking for 5-10 years, and kicking the curb of smoking. Again, like, let's explore the difference between smoking and segueing. Smoking, I acknowledge that there's an addiction component. I acknowledge that there's nicotine. There's a way that it might change your mindset. It might change like the brain chemistry to where, sure, you may be serious about fitness, but it's just hard to quit smoking. It's harder to quit smoking than it is to walk 5 minutes to the gym. So that's why I'm not getting into the smoking thing, because I acknowledge there's a bit more of a can of worms with smoking. But with segueing, when man lives 5 or 10 minutes away from the gym, sorry, but no, this is Dudley EX dodging. You're spending all your meter. No, but I'm not dodging. I could say you're dodging because you're bringing up the smoking thing. I'm trying to get you to address the segue thing. I was the first one to present the segue analogy, but you want to bring smoking to illustrate the segue thing. But I'm saying that the smoking and the segue is different enough to where I'm not trying to analyze it in the same way, because I acknowledge that there's important differences that might change the answer or change the outcome. That's why I'm not addressing the smoking thing. There's too many variables with smoking, because it's like, how much do they smoke? Some smoke a pack a day, some smoke 1 or 2 cigarettes a day. Yeah, that plays into it as well. I said, if I see a man segue to the gym, I'm not batting an eyelid. Okay, fine. I'm not asking if you would bat an eyelid, like if you're just minding your own business and you see a man segueing to the gym. I'm also asking, like, if you knew a person, if somebody you knew told you that, oh yeah, I segue, the gym is 5 minutes away, but I segue there. Like, I'm also talking in a social setting where you might have an opinion, right? If you're just walking, I'm not saying do you care about it if you're just minding your own business and you see a guy segueing, like, of course you may not have a take because you don't care. The same way a pigeon flies on a bench, you're not going to care about that. Somebody honks their car horn, you're not going to care, right? It's just an everyday occurrence. But we're talking about like a case where somebody's asking you on your actual opinion, your perspective on this guy is called Peter. He lives 5 minutes away from the gym. He segues there. Every time he goes, he segues there. What do you think of that? That's a different. I'm trying to get you to explore that, not just like, oh, if you're just living your life and then you see somebody on a Segway and they're going to the gym. Okay, I wouldn't think they're less serious than a non-Segwayer. What, you mean the smoker? Okay. I mean, yeah, I'm not really concerned about the smoking thing, because I think that the Segway thing is yeah, I don't know. Let me finish this message.
You're using the Segway to be stronger because you're going to the gym. So the Segway, and that is obviously part of the AI. The AI isn't bad or good, it's a tool. And I think you agreed with that in the beginning. Now, if the AI leads to bad things, it was.
You said no Segwayer versus a non-Segwayer. Okay, I wouldn't think they're less serious than a non. Okay, we can just disagree with that then, because I think that like maybe claiming that they're less or more serious about the gym is unfair to say, because at the end of the day, I will never know how serious a person is. But optically, scenario A, they walk to the gym, they live 5 minutes away, walk to the gym every day. Scenario B, they live 5 minutes away, they segue to the gym every day. I'm just saying that let's not be surprised if people look at scenario B and they're like, that's a bit weird. Why not just walk? That's what I'm saying, right? So I can correct myself and say, okay, maybe I shouldn't say that them taking it, them being on a Segway or not being a Segway is like a indictment into how serious they're taking it. Maybe I can't always make that claim, but I definitely can make the claim is of between scenario A and scenario B, more people are going to look at, like, if people are asked the question, what do you think about scenario A walking and what do you think about scenario B taking the Segway, more people are going to be like, why doesn't the Segway person just walk? You're going to the gym for fitness. You may as well get some steps in. You get a bit of cardio. If you're going to the gym 2 or 3 times a week, that walking is going to add up over time, and that's gonna benefit you. So why not just walk? It's better for you to walk to the gym rather than taking a Segway. That's not disagreeable. Like there's no one in their right mind that's going to disagree with that. That's what I'm saying.
People in the first place. That's the point I've been trying to say in the first place. When I was talking about the buses and trains or whatever, you try to do with the bus or trains, you have to walk to the bus station or train station, so you're getting the walk in. And you kind of like skirt around the point that they're doing the same thing. You're using public transport, you're using a Segway, you're using a scooter, blah, 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 to walk less. That's the whole point of them. And to get places quicker. But you was kind of a little bit shady saying about, but you have to walk to the bus stop. I was like, okay, cool. You might have to walk to the Segway that's in your cupboard. So yeah, you have to walk for both. Or I could say, oh, well, when you segue to the bus, you have to carry the Segway. The Segway is going to work your arm muscle. And that's why I didn't want to go into that, and because of the tree cat.
Yo, what's up, fighters?
I just ignored that and thought, okay, he's just being colourful with the example. That's fine. But the tool isn't the bad thing. I think you agree with this. How people use it is bad or good. That's always been my point. Not that AI could be bad. AI is AI, and people could use it badly, or they could use it for good. Like, I'm pretty sure, like you said, this is smarter brains than all of us combined have thought about this, and they said the same thing about the internet. But the internet has great good as well as great shit with it, right? But we don't not use the internet, obviously, because we're here right now. But you wouldn't say, oh, well, I don't want... This is why I was saying it was an arbitrary line. Like, you're okay with the internet, but you must agree, I'm doing the thing you did to me, you must agree that there is inherent bad that can come from using the internet. But here we are. So using it isn't necessarily bad. It's what you do with it. That's all my point is basically.
Sure, but with the internet thing, oh, I have to go now, Charlie, but it's been good seeing you make content. I'll try to catch you again soon. Yeah, thanks for passing by, man. I don't know if you use Twitch, but if you do, you're more than welcome to follow me on Twitch as well. I enjoyed your N-word debate a while back too. Oh, you watched that? Oh, that's hilarious. Nice. Yeah, thanks for passing by, man. Yeah, C4, with the difference, like, I the last, like, minute or so, like, yeah, I agree 100%. But I think the thing about, I just believe that there's different weights to different things. Sure, the argument of AI and the internet, like, people made the same claims about the internet back when the internet was first coming out, right? And sure, understood. But where I would take this argument in a slightly different direction is that I think that that the concerns of the internet were one thing, but the concerns of the internet in the worst case scenario, or how it can be used for bad, is one area. That's one aspect. Okay, internet can be used for these good things, internet can be used for these bad things. Okay, fine. But I think that the AI conversation, when you apply the same exploration of, okay, it can be used for good and it can be used for bad, I think that with AI, there is potentially, keyword there, potentially more at stake, which is part of the reason why this is also being explored. I mean, you could argue, oh, it's only being explored now because it's the new thing, right? But I think that it's also being explored quite deeply because of the concern, like the ceiling for greater harm, or the ceiling for it to have a greater effect on humanity is higher than what the internet, than the advent of the internet, right? The same way that in the future, let's say 30 years from now, we live in Deus Ex land and everyone's getting augments, right? This discussion may happen again. And the discussion of, how much do we want to lean into human augmentation, right? And then I think that would be an understandable concern because the side effects, or the not the side effects, what could be at stake could be even more potentially detrimental or scary or dangerous for humanity. So yeah, I acknowledge that this kind of debate and discussion happened with the internet, but I think that not everything is equal. Like, I think the internet is one thing, the implications of the internet is one thing, okay? The implications of AI is another thing, and I would argue that there's more dangerous implications in the worst case scenario with AI. And then in the future, if you have the same issue with augmentations, the implications of that would be even more concerning. And so there would be an exploration with that too. So, but yeah, if the main, again, just to rewind, like I already agreed that it's mostly about how it's used, but I think the reason why sometimes I like to explore the actual tool itself is because some tools have a greater ceiling or a greater capacity for destruction or for good, right? And so again, ultimately, when it's all said and done, it ultimately does come down to the human being engaging with it. But I do think that there is some unique aspects to the tool where, like, if the tool is easier to have access to or easier to use, right? Like, then there are times when the existence of the tool does play into the way that humans engage with it, right? I think that there has to be an exploration there at some point. But ultimately, yes, even if a tool has, even if you're easily able to access a tool, you're still a human with the free will to choose to engage with it or not. I do acknowledge that. But I do think there is something to be said about the ease of access to that tool. I don't know how I would gauge the threat of the internet versus AI. I would say they're as bad as each other, or as they come hand in hand, in my opinion. I disagree, but I don't think that's. I think maybe I'm too lazy to explore that. But I think that there is a. I think that AI has the capacity for greater harm, like when humans use it too much or overindulge in it. I believe that AI has a greater capacity for harm, but we don't have to get into the weeds on that. AI is mid. That's fair. I'm still right about the segue take. No, you're just saying that so you can bring it up again so Fighters can give his take on it. But to me, that's just, I don't understand how. I'm not sure about that one. You're still digesting it. let's not worry with the hand right now. I don't have much to take on AI. It's a tool. Many things have great capacity of evil is the will though. Yep. Not wrong. Sick culture will lead to the sick uses of tools. Like, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that, like, there are some... I just don't think the tool is always as free from critique as you guys are making it seem. Of course, like, the majority of the end result is going to come down to how the human uses it, because the tool is nothing on its own. But I think when you look at things like access and ease of use and things like that, there are times when the accessibility of the tool should also be discussed too. That's what I'm saying. Like guns, right? Like humans shoot guns, we got it. But in a world where, like, there's a difference between a place where guns are too accessible versus a place where guns are not as accessible at all, right? In both places, the gun is still the same tool, but in a world where it's way too accessible, we now have a unique situation where, sure, we have a bunch of people using guns, but the accessibility has injected a unique problem because of how easy they are to get your hands on the guns. So that doesn't mean that it's the gun's fault, of course not, but the accessibility of the guns is part of the discussion too. I'm legitimately thinking about it. I already know fighters would agree with you. Yeah, for sure, but I don't think AI tools are easy to use. AI is quite easy to use. I'm saying that as somebody who has used quite a lot of AI. Even just ChatGPT, bro. Like, ChatGPT is very easy to use. You can get a lot of results out of it. Do you think access to guns is too easy? Well, it depends on where we're talking about, right? Like, I'm just saying hypothetically. I'm not trying to do like a real world example. I'm saying hypothetically, if there was a place where access to guns is too easy, the guns is now the discussion that should be had is not just, well, humans decide whether they want to shoot or not. I mean, yeah, that is true. But in a place where gun accessibility is really, really easy, that the access now is part of the discussion. Or the access should be part of, like, if you're really trying to solve the problem, if there is a problem that too many people are dying to gun violence in this hypothetical place, and in this hypothetical place, everyone has very easy access to guns. If that problem now wants to be solved, we should probably address not only the people shooting the guns, but the access to the guns too. Like, you probably need to address both at the same time, otherwise the problem is not going to be solved. But I'm just using that as an example to say there are times when I think that if the tool is very easily able to be accessed or used, I think that does play a part in the overall discussion. That's what I'm saying. Oh wow, 2 months. Damn, I've been streaming for 2 months. There's no way. Thanks for that. Thanks for the Prime resub. That's wild. He said, oh. doing with the shape, but we'll see what happens in a while, I guess. See what happens in a wheelie. Interesting shape, but no dice. Be like here. Okay, maybe a bit better. Almost a perfect shape. Oh, maybe that one? Yep. I like that shape. When you started drawing, was it a pencil and paper job? Yeah, I used to draw on a pencil. We were tablets. I don't think tablets existed back then when we were kids, right? Like 5, 6 years old and stuff. So yeah, it would have been pencil and paper. I think I first started using tablets. I can't remember. But I've been using tablets for quite a long time now. To put another. Oh wait, I didn't finish this. What made you ask that? You just curious, or is it you got like a follow up? Is that like you're priming me for your next volcanic take? No, I'm joking. Then I hope using a tablet and computer doesn't make you lazy. That's hilarious. Well, actually, on the contrary, using the tablet, when you use a tablet, like drawing on a tablet and drawing on pen and paper is different. And I'm actually not as good as drawing on pencil and paper as I am with a tablet. So yeah, you're not wrong. Nice try, but you're actually not wrong. Like I have to practice on using a tablet in order for constant tablet use to not have an effect on my pencil and paper art. I would need to practice drawing on pencil and paper a lot more, because drawing on a pencil and paper doesn't really affect your skill at drawing on a tablet. So you can practice on a pencil and paper, and it helps you draw on pencil and paper, and it helps you draw on a tablet. But if you only practice on a tablet, going back to pencil and paper, it does have an effect. It doesn't completely transition back onto pencil and paper. It doesn't mean you'll be terrible on pencil and paper, but there is a tangible difference, especially because you don't have access to the tools that you have on the program. Like even something as simple as not being able to just undo, right? You have to actually erase. So there's a whole skill set there. Not to mention like overall confidence too. If you draw on a pencil and paper a lot, or pen and paper is the even better example. When you use a pen and paper and you can't erase the pen mark, over time your brain and your muscle memory is trained to be a lot more confident. And your strokes, like people that draw with pen only, their stroke clarity and confidence is way higher because they just train themselves to like be like every stroke that they make, they know that this is the right stroke. But that only comes by way of practicing with pen and paper. If you practice a lot on a tablet, you just don't. Unless you set the rule for yourself, unless you say, I'm going to use Photoshop and I'm going to draw this line, or I'm going to draw a character. Let me draw a character right now. Okay, eyes. And let me set the rule. I can't erase. As soon as my pen touches, I can't erase. I can't undo. So I'm just going to practice like this. Okay, no undos. No undos. No undos. No undos. Oh, I was about to undo there. No undos. You could do that. You could train yourself in that way. Oops, I can't undo. You could train yourself in that way and kind of have the same kind of training regimen with pencil and paper. Oh, I just undid by muscle memory. But a lot of people are probably not going to do that, right? Like if you're using a tablet, you're partially using it for all the benefits that you get with it. That's my hairline. They know they will never miss. You mean, wait, what do you mean they will never miss? I said, that's my hairline. That's funny. Is that really your hair? Wait, can I summon him back? Bruv, if that's your hairline, that's rough, man. I'm sure there's some podcasts selling, you know, when you listen to a podcast and they pay their bills. All right, this podcast is sponsored to you by Blue Chew. If you're struggling in the bedroom, get some Blue Chew, like that kind of stuff. I'm sure there's a podcast with a hairline pill. Oh, you're bald now. Oh, I didn't even know. Bro, bald is hard, man. That's that don't care hairstyle. Talking about Keeps. Oh, is that an actual product? No, I've got that Mr. Chambers crate. Oh my god, Mr. Chambers. That's hilarious. She's rocking like the superhero spandex. Pen artists, they are so good they don't believe they will make a mistake. Yeah. And that only comes by training in that way, you know. When I see my head in security cams, I feel like my life is over. Oh, it's far from over, man. You got time to do a lot. You can always get the hair transplant. People do that these days. If you care about having hair transplant maybe. But I also don't give a fuck. It's ultra confidence. Yeah, that's if you can rock their bald and it doesn't bother you, then yeah, that's the place to be. I know there's some streamers that got hair transplants. Some people really don't want to be bald. But I understand it though. I understand the insecurities that come with not wanting to be bald. Like I think for some people, you know, looking young or like I think too many people associate baldness with like age and not being youthful anymore. And not to mention some people see it as a sign of like beauty, right? Like it's more beautiful to have hair. I already got a youth. I've succeeded in the life game of life. Yeah, Gideon, I think did that. Oh, Gideon cut his hair. He changed. He started taking Christianity super seriously, innit? He changed. He went from pranks to proper serious Christian now. I think a lot of people thought it was just going to be a phase. Oh, Gideon did a hair transplant. Oh, damn. Apparently you got to maintain it though. You can't just get the hair transplant. You have to like do stuff to maintain it. He does PDF capture vids now. Yeah, I've heard about that. Heard about some of that. Okay, I think this leg needs to be here now. Can't tell. Yeah, ban all that. Going intended for my hairline to be an extreme gradient, so I'm gonna rock it. Go rock it, make it look good. I think she needs more armor. She's rocking a huge helmet. This isn't making much sense now. Gideon, I ain't heard that name in time. Yeah, he completely changed his content, which is pretty good. Don't like that shape. Maybe here. I think that works. Okay, I guess this needs to be connected more to this. I feel like half of this art is just geometry and making shapes make sense. What is your algorithm pushing in? Algorithm. To get rid of this draft. Games I play, debates, drama channels, Chod Logic, Ryle Kittenhouse. Is that an actual? That's an actual content creator. So Ryle Kittenhouse. this helmet making sense? Kind of. I'm not sure what I want to do with Spawn Health. Oh yeah, I think I saw that same speech you're talking about. Is that the speech where he's basically telling people to, you know, we're still Americans, you know, we still need to support each other and all of that stuff? Maybe his break from being in the spotlight and running helped him out, you know, to be a bit more. And Biden was always a coin flip. Sometimes he was, like, half the time he was coherent and the other half he was just not. She needs to have some kind of. Yeah, he's obviously a very, very smart guy, but age comes for us, comes for everyone. No escape. Okay, I'm gonna have a rough time drawing this, but let's try. Try and draw the belt first. He seems so passive. I couldn't understand the hate for him. Most of the hate came from the people on the left who just wanted him to step down. You know, because he's just doesn't seem to be fit for the job anymore. I'm sure there was other hate in terms of some of the policies and stuff, but most of the noise I heard was, "You're clearly too old. Stop being stubborn and just get out. You know, get out the race. Let somebody else try handle it." Man, this is a hard angle to draw. How would this work? Maybe up here? This would need to be a bit bigger. Okay, if I make it follow. think I have an idea. The only thing I remember is if you're black and don't vote for me, yeah, that was so dumb. I don't know what he was thinking with that one. I reckon that comment wasn't screened by his team. I reckon he just said that on his own accord. I doubt that if he came up with that like, hey guys, do you think I should say this? I'm pretty sure that would have got shot down. I think he just went AWOL. He went AWOL on that one. I'm still chilling, bro. Been a bit busy. No worries, man. What you been busy with? Work and stuff? Alright. 1 second, I need to quickly use the toilet. Sign. I was on a call with a friend and I was meant to be drawing at the moment too, but I'm kind of getting a little overwhelmed and don't know what to do. I was on a call with a friend. Why not draw at the same time? It's not a work call, right? You're just talking to a friend. Why not just draw at the same time? Be right back. I'll read your message when I get back. All right, back. Play Fortnite when we chat. It's like guys shooting the shit while we game. It's good for the soul. Well, yeah, it sounds like you're talking and gaming, so I guess you can't talk, game, and draw, right? You kind of have to pick one or the other. Okay, let's delete this. Ooh, what was I doing? Okay, let's figure this out. I need to figure this out. Let's get some armor, maybe some plate mail. Something like this. Oh, that's a good shape. That is quite the shape. I like that shape. Maybe some like gemstone shit. That protrudes too much. Nope, don't like that shape. Yeah, this kind of, I mean, there's something formulating. It's like some kind of flower girl night thing, something like that. And then maybe here, over the kneecap. Did you guys watch any of yesterday when I was listening to some of the academic stream? Did you guys tune into some of what he was talking about, or you just did other stuff? No, I streamed myself playing Ghost of Tsushima. You fixed the audio. Oh yeah, what was the issue in the end? What did it turn out to be? I'm guessing it was an issue kind of exclusive to the game. Like it was a game issue rather than your setup. Oh, I kind of like this idea actually. Not like that though. Not like this. Yeah, what was the audio? It was the way the audio was being sent to the headphones. For some reason, it was on a random setting that didn't allow for 3D audio. Okay. I see. Oh, that makes sense. It made a big difference. Nice. Don't like that shape. Maybe I should make it smaller. Yeah, big tune. Is this Soul Calibur? I think Soul Calibur 2. Yeah, Soul Calibur 2. Soul Calibur. If I can make that a tiny bit shorter. Oh, I made a clip out of that conversation we were having the other day about the Makia Bryan situation when she got the girl with the knife that got shot. I forgot to mention yesterday how many people were like, why don't you just shoot the gun out of her hand? Oh wait. No, we did talk about that because I remember. I think C4. You asked about like shooting in the leg, right? And then we mentioned why that's not an expectation. But yeah, I remembered how many people, like so many people were saying, like, well, not so many people, but I couldn't believe I was hearing people actually say, shoot her in the hand so that she drops the knife. Wild takes. The shape can be better. Oh, this is a winner. Maybe. To be honest, should have shot the knife and blunted it. How dare he? Exactly. Disarm, you know what I mean? Render the knife useless by shooting it, corroding it with his acidic rounds, his acidic bullets in the hand. Yeah, some people said that. Some people in the comments, why you shoot her in the hand? So that she drops the knife. I need to know what happened with the guy that shot the woman because she had the boiling pot of water. The Sonia Massey woman. I need to know what happened with that. Because that guy was on some Rambo, I don't know what he was thinking. Sonia Massey case. Because I don't think any conclusion has come. Sean Grayson, who killed Sonia Massey, was removed from... Oh, that's July. That's when it happened. Sean Grayson. Oh, yeah. And what was extra interesting about this is the guy who shot Sonia Massey, he was removed from the army. Like, he used to be in the army. He got removed. He had DUIs. And he needed to go to high-stress decision classes. Like, so basically his records show that he probably shouldn't have been a police officer to begin with. I mean, it doesn't say why he was removed from the army, but he had DUIs and he was attending high-stress decision classes. What's his name? Sean Grayson. Oh, he's indicted by a grand jury on 3 counts of first-degree murder and 1 each of aggravated battery with a firearm. Okay, so he's being charged. Looks at you in Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed is found the FBA. He's the FBA guy. He talks about foundational Black Americans. He faces multiple charges. Okay. So I guess it just hasn't gone to court yet. Yeah, he's gonna get... They're gonna throw the book at this guy. Yeah, there's no way. Oh, now I'll pass. Yeah, you're not probably not missing that much. Okay, get to work. The name made me think of the Saint and the Sinner guy. I remember that guy. Yeah, that's a different guy altogether. Marquise, yeah, that's the guy. I wonder what he's doing now. I remember he used to pop up in my algorithm some years back, but not anymore. He's a podcast guy now. Yeah, he does. Last I seen, he just does a bunch of like live streams where he's kind of just talking about topics like doing reactions. Like I think I've seen him react to some Fresh and Fit stuff and just like shitting on blue pill people. Okay, that looks kind of good. Kind of okay. Okay. Yeah, he loves roasting women. He's on that. He loves that stuff. I've seen him on. Have you seen the Whatever podcast? It's basically Fresh and Fit, but run by white people, like the white version of Fresh and Fit. Like it's essentially Fresh and Fit, but way cleaner. Like they do it in a white room. Everything's like bright, and I think they do it during the day. People are not drinking, and he's gone on that a few times and just roasted, just making fun of women for doing OnlyFans and stuff. You heard this already. Andrew Wilson goes hard. Yeah, he's on there quite a lot. If people only knew how to talk, they could easily undo guys like that. Yeah, 1,000,000%. But a lot of these people are just very like clout captured, and a lot of the things they say and do is premeditated. It's like they're predicting the clips that will come of it. They're predicting like what they've said going around the internet and going viral, or getting like being able to own certain people, right? And it's like half of them are talking to talk, like to have a conversation, and the other half of it is just farming for internet points. So it's not even like you're talking to a fully real person half of the time. That's how it seems anyway. Andrew, is it? Wait. Yeah, Andrew Wilson is the guy. He does the Crucible, right? Yeah, that's the. Yeah, he debates a lot. I don't watch him that often, but I've seen him in a lot of his back and forths. I don't know much about Andrew, but he's made some logical arguments, which is always good. I disagree most of the time, but he does force you to think about my own position. Yeah, he does. He's quite seasoned. Like he's been forged in the flames of the debate volcano. So he's quite hard to defeat in that regard. Why is this? Does that make sense? Maybe this should be... I feel like this doesn't make sense. This needs to be at the joint. One thing I don't want to make the mistake of is like designing things that don't like function. They don't look like they should function. It's easy to just be like, oh, let's just draw armor because the armor looks cool and we're not concerned about it working. But I don't want to... I think early on I want to make sure that I don't fall into that trap. I want it to look like the armor actually wraps around the body, and if she was to take a step, like the joints of the kneecap would actually function the way that they should. So let's do that by doing this. I think that works better. We can even do like a... don't like that. That looks a bit too mechanical. Maybe we don't need it. Oh, we kind of do actually. Oh no, maybe we don't. Embarrassed some hench guy on the stage the other day. Was that is that the bald guy? And like it was Andrew Wilson and another guy sitting next to each other. Was that at like the Fresh and Fit event? There were like 5 content creators on stage. Yeah, I saw that one. I saw MTR react to that too. It was like it's one of those like trying too hard to be masculine and strong, and then they ended up just like roasting him, and then he started making threats. So he started getting like physical threats and stuff. I'm trying to make physical threats. Yeah, it's doing too much, man. Doing way too much. The real question is, do these heels make sense, or how will I make sense of these heels? To make her heels make sense with this armor. Maybe I'll just put some wings on it. Just put some wings on it, make it look like some Olympian thing. I want it to point up. That fits the theme of... Well, maybe I don't need the wings. Yeah, I think it looks better without it. Boom, 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 boom. Or maybe, let's see. Nah, too much. Too much. Too late. this making sense? How do the heels... Okay, let me actually draw the feet first. Making sense of this right now. Okay, let's finish the feet. Have you heard of chiseled add-ons? Nope. What is that? Oh, I know what to do. Easy fix. So this is like a pocket. Maybe not. Well, maybe. Perhaps. And then we can put like a... it needs to be right here. I think he is like a low-key gateway into Red Pill. Never heard of. This is a completely new. Never even heard anything like his name. Apart from Adon from Street Fighter, but never heard of this guy. Is he like MGTOW? Is he? Because there's like different forms of. What kind of content does he make? Does he like review Red Pill content or? To make it funny. I'll click on it later because I'm trying to stick in this groove at the moment. Otherwise I'm gonna fall into the rabbit hole. Cool, I don't like any of them guys. You mean the Red Pill guys, right? Yeah. Yeah. I don't think they're very good. Oh shit, wait, I need something to cover this, don't I? This guy is very subtle with it. So you mean like he's more like watchable for you, like more digestible compared to like Fresh and Fit and people like that? Oh, that was an abrupt ending. I need to sit to watch my posture, man. Oof, that's too loud. How is this curving around? Okay, that works. Okay, next leg. I think I want to change the shape now, actually. Oh, Fighters knows him as well. I like that shape a bit more. Maybe even that too. He is like center right, and I would guess, but his commentary is on situations is funny, so it's palatable. Maybe that. I'm not sure. He didn't even realize he spelled it wrong. I'm also center right. Sexy gal. Just trying to figure out what I want to do with the... I think I like this thing going on here. Feels quite unique. I guess I'm going for some kind of warrior looking like she made her armor from like a tree or a fruit mixed with like wings and stuff. I don't know what's happening. I'm just figuring it out. I'm not even sure. Okay, so let's finish this leg. Now I know I want this leg to not have armor. I just want it to look more just regular. That one leg angel Reese swag. One leg angel, something like that. Wait, do we want tights on this side too? Maybe. I'll figure it out later. Angel Reese, WNBA. I don't know jack about the ladies basketball. I don't even know anything about regular male basketball. Not really a sports guy. Never was a sports guy. All my brothers are. Literally all of them. Except me. Sports ball. Sports ball. Throw the ball. Catch the ball. Kick the ball. Sports ball. Yeah. Okay, now to do these shoes again, this is gonna be tricky. This is a tricky shape to draw here. I can already predict I'm gonna spend like 20 minutes on this. Okay, first of all, so I don't need to keep scrolling down. Let's copy one of you up here. So I just have access to you. And yeah, this is gonna be a long one. Okay, so just take it easy. So this is gonna be something like this. I think. No, that's too curved. Like this. And then it goes straight into the heel. Something like this maybe, yeah, that seems somewhat right. Okay, this is going here, I know that's there. Let's make it a bit bigger. This is going down and across, so this needs to go across, down, across. This is upside down, so this goes across. Oh no, I'm gonna get super confused. I could be triumphant towards this beat. Yeah, this is it's triumph music. I feel like there should be a subgenre of like, I don't know, certain kinds of music like big band jazz, or just big band stuff that falls into the category of victory music, triumph, overcoming the odds. David Goggins. Okay, I think what the problem is that I need to actually finish the leg or the foot to help me make sense of this. And the problem is that this foot is not, it's not on the, okay, that helps a bit. this ball needs to be. Okay, and now I'm having a rough time with this, as I expected. Okay, maybe I can do this. Okay, and then this needs to go. Shit, how is this working? Okay, something like that. It's like a triangle shape. Oh wait, no. Just needs to go something like this, doesn't it? Yeah, something like that. Okay, I think I figured that out. Figured it out. Maybe a bit too. Maybe a bit too deep. I think that's about right. Still not the right angle. Well, no, because this needs to be closer to the edge. Guess it curves up, or maybe this way? No. This is a very difficult shape to figure out. But I'll figure it out. Yeah, I need to go this way. I'll be here for a while. Why is this not making sense? Okay, maybe this will help. It's just the right foot. Oh my gosh, this actually looks like I might as well just do that. Well, I can't because it's not folding the same way. Okay, so this goes here. this goes here. Okay, this is too long. This is the curve in a bit more. Okay, I can get rid of this. Maybe this can move down a bit. Yeah, I think it needs to move down. And then this ball. Boom, boom, boom. Shuffle. Okay, it's looking a bit better. This will go. Makes a bit more sense. You want to see my take on it? What is this again? Remind me what is being discussed. I know it's if I click the video and I'll see it, but just want a primer before I click. Only because I can't imagine if he would be for or against it. What is being talked about? This is not working. Or maybe it needs to. Okay, I think I see the problem. This actually needs to curve. Yep, that's the problem. Okay, then this goes here. Isn't that too small? Oh, that's not bad. Maybe here. The guy stance on a woman having sex with a lot of guys. Stick it up. Wait, hold on. Let me quickly finish this foot first, because I know I'm gonna watch the video and then I'm gonna forget that I need to edit this. It's a tiny bit too small. Too big. I think this needs to protrude out more slightly. I feel like I'm doing some science experiment with how much care I'm taking with the shape of this shoe. Okay, I think that's good enough. Alright, let's take a look at this. Chiseled Adonis. I think I've seen this guy's face before. YouTube catch. Okay, yes.
I went viral for letting 23
Okay.
guys run a train on me with my friend Bonnie. I went viral for letting 23 guys run a train on me with my friend Bonnie.
Hey, flag on the play. Whoa, ma'am, what you talking about? You let 23 dudes run a train on you with a friend. Hold on.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
Now, that video is actually out now, so if you want to check that out, you know where to go. But if you want to be part of the next one, I'm actually doing 100 guys in one day.
And you filthy motherfucker.
He's holding it on that. Whoa, hold on. First off, you recruiting individuals? What part of the game is this? To make matters worse, how you go from 23 to 100? Shorty thinks she the stock market of dicks. You got a 5X your doggone outcome in more ways than one. Man, what kind of cum dumpster Olympics is this?
Oh, what a sick freak.
Morning, so today is the day where I get run through by 100 guys. How many condoms I have?
Tell me I did not just see that.
I mean, is this girl even real though? Like, there's a lot of fake shit on TikTok where they'll just say and do outrageous things because it's just clickbait, right? So like, my first concern is that this guy might have a huge reaction to a thing that's fake. So then I guess I'm exploring the concept, like, or just assuming that it is real. Then I hear what he has to say.
God, no.
But
How are you doing? How's it going so far? How many are we on? 8 guys. You enjoying yourself?
What? Ma'am, excuse me. What did she just say?
is there a place I can skip to like find a thing that you really do want me to? Because it's 18 minutes, right? I'm not gonna watch all of this. Like, what is there a specific part that you guys want me to check out? Because by what he's saying now, it's just sounding like he's just gonna be shitting over the woman assuming it's real, and that's it, right? You're just going to be like, wow, this is crazy. This is, oh my goodness, how could she? That's what I'm getting so far. I'm not getting anything. Like if it is real that this is what is happening, then of course somebody would react this way, right? Just if you agree with him memeing on the girl. I mean, as a content creator, like this is content is king, right? It's what they say. So I think this is just fair game. If whether it's real or not, the woman put herself out there making this claim. So it only makes sense that this is the kind of reaction that would happen. Whether it's true or not, whether she did do it, then the reaction makes sense. Even if she didn't do it, then she's part of that game because she's putting this out into the world to get clout, to get clicks. And so this is part of the side effect of what is going to happen when you do this, right? So I don't know if he's just going to basically like just make jokes, then
Got ran through by 101 men, and my eyes are still recovering from all the bodily fluids that went in.
Whether it had been on TikTok, on Twitter, on their platform, whatever the case just so happened to be, got 100 hooligans to go and sign.
Yeah, this doesn't seem that interesting to me, but yeah, I agree with the. This is just content countering content with content, you know. I didn't know if you would be against people ripping into girls for their choices. Well, if the choices are this extreme, like I'm more about. I think that there's a line that's crossed where, if it is the case that she did do something like that, that is so extreme that for somebody to react like this, I wouldn't be against it because the woman would have done something that's just so crazy, and she's putting it out into the world. Maybe I'd have a different perspective if he was making a public video in response to, like, let's say that the woman done this and it was meant to be a secret. Like, she's meant to keep it a secret. She doesn't want her face to be known or whatever. But then one of the guys exposed it. He secretly took video footage or whatever and then released it out into the world. And then this guy is doing that. Then maybe I would have a slightly different take. But in the world where the girl has put herself out there making this claim, then it's just content, responding to content with content pretty much. So I don't really have like a moral position on it, you know. Ultra badders. So yeah, apologies if that's like a disappointing reaction or you didn't expect me to say that, but I just see it as somebody put out content and then somebody responds with content, and both the original content of the girl is extreme, so then there's going to be an extreme reaction to people. Like, people are going to be intentionally extra flagrant with how they respond to it. Okay, from your take on the girls fresh and fit, I wasn't sure if there was a line on when guys can shit on a girl. I don't really have like it's not really about a line for me. It's just more about like, I just think Fresh and Fit oftentimes, there's been a lot of times where they just, the vibe I get from Fresh and Fit is that they just sometimes they just shit on women because, like, we already know that Myron has like, he puts women on a hierarchy, right? Like men are just above women, and so especially the kinds of women that go on their show, and so he has this superiority vibe, right? So everything that he does on Fresh and Fit, or a lot of the time the way he speaks to women, gives me this sense of he believes that he's superior, so therefore he will talk to them in these ways. He will call them bitches left and right. He will call them sluts. He will call them hoes. He will say that they don't bring anything to the table. So I have more of an issue with people with that mentality and that mindset and speaking to women like that, especially when it's unwarranted, you know. But like, I fully adhere to the phrase, there's a time and place for everything, right? There's a time and place to shit on somebody. There's a time and place to be horribly mean and savage. Like, even the most extreme things, there's a time and place for it. So in that video, that was the time and the place. But I think oftentimes on Fresh and Fit, I think the way that they speak to the women, It may be the place because of the podcast that they're on, but a lot of the time it's not really the time. Like sometimes they say things and they're so extreme in their rhetoric, but they're not really responding to something that was extreme. Like a girl can cough or a girl can sneeze on the Fresh and Fit table, and then she'll get called all kinds of bitches and hoes. Obviously that's an exaggeration, but I think you get my idea. Okay, so that, oh wait, I didn't finish should this hang? Maybe it should hang. That hangs, that doesn't make sense. Maybe it's too long. Shit. I get you, I just didn't know how liberal he was on the subject. Okay. Yeah, time and place for everything is my take on that. Like I also not adhere to this, but like if, for example, if somebody's just talking mad shit, right? Like just roasting and talking mad shit, and the person that they're talking mad shit to isn't saying much, they're just like taking it, and then like the person that's talking mad shit crosses the line and says something out of order. If the person that they're dissing and going crazy on turns around and just like punches them in the face, gives them the people's elbow, I'm of the mindset of like, you know, when they say talk shit, get hit, like I'm not gonna be like, oh, you shouldn't do that. I mean, yeah, you shouldn't, but in the world of reasonable expectations and people being emotional and people not only being able to put up with so much, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you shouldn't do that. It's not good to hit people, guys. Like, nah. Sometimes you talk shit, you're gonna get punched in the face and like get fucked. You know what I mean? That's how it goes sometimes. So, but I know there's a lot of liberal people who don't have that position. Like they think that the world should be, or the world is, like they operate too much on how they operate too much on the way they want the world to be rather than the way the world is. And sometimes it's important to act or to frame or to have expectations based on the way the world is rather than what you want it to be, you know? But I don't make that same mistake that a lot of left-leaning people make. Didn't we just hear this? Yeah, I think that makes a bit more sense. Okay, we can get rid of you now. Maybe this needs to curve a bit more. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. Like even things like self-defense and guns and stuff, right? Like I think there's areas where I wouldn't be in alignment with some of the left as well, especially with like even the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Like I was fully, there were so many left-leaning people like, oh, Kyle Rittenhouse is a racist, he shouldn't have done that. Why did like? But I wasn't on that side at all. slightly curved a bit more. Oops. I remember some people were saying, I remember in the footage when you look at Kyle Rittenhouse running away, right? Like when they were running and they were chasing him, and then there was a moment where somebody throws something at him. Like at that stage in the video, people know that he shot somebody, and that's all they know. They just know that he's got a gun and he shot somebody, and they think that he's like against, that he's a racist, or he's like here to like cause trouble or kill people. So people notice, people in the area notice, people are running at him. He doesn't know what they have on them. And then I think at one point somebody threw like a plastic bag at him, but the bag had something in it. So it was weighted enough to be able to be thrown through the air and like land and hit, right? And I remember people saying like, oh, I don't think he responded and shot the person that threw the plastic bag, but the point is that so much is going on and you don't know who's got a weapon. You know that people think that you killed somebody for no reason, so they're probably now out to get you. And then people are like, oh, I think somebody was saying like things are being thrown around you, like you're running and there's chaos and things are being thrown at you. So of course you might be on edge and you might shoot somebody when they get too close, right? And I remember one person's pushback was like, oh, but like he only threw a plastic bag. Why would you turn around and shoot? Or why would you be scared when they're just throwing a plastic bag? It's like, obviously you can say that in hindsight, knowing that it was a plastic bag. But for one moment, why not put yourself into his shoes? It's dark. There's a lot of people. There's sounds. There's like Molotov cocktails. People that were burning, like shouting, rioting. There's so much going on. What makes you think that he's gonna have the wherewithal and the foresight, like he's Daredevil? He's just gonna know that, okay, to my right, like, 2.5 meters away from me, somebody's about to throw a plastic bottle. Over there, somebody's chewing bubblegum. Over there, somebody's wearing Air Force Ones. I can tell by the way, like, the rubber is impacting the road, so I know it's like some Jordans. And this guy to the back left of me, he's about to throw a plastic bag with like, I don't know, with like a wallet inside or whatever, right? Like, why would that ever be the expectation? But there's some people making that argument, oh, you just threw the plastic bag. Well, no shit, he doesn't know it's just a plastic bag in the heat of that moment. Why is this even an argument? Kyle Murdoch, is that? Oh yeah. Fair. I'm just wing illiterate. I see a situation, I can't always gauge the person's stance. Yeah, and I think that's the way it should be. I think sometimes people. I think the downside of having a label is that if somebody says, "Oh, I'm center left," then the person that they're talking to may think, "Oh, I've spoken to a center left person before. Maybe they have all of these same beliefs." But then you've talked to that person, and then you find out they differ in quite a few important areas, right? So I think when people have discussions, they shouldn't lead with their title. They should just lead with just discuss what you believe in. Discuss the topic, and then maybe the title can come later. But yeah, I think it's always important to not let the title dictate too much. But everybody does it. Sometimes it's unavoidable. It would be impossible for him to do that. Equilibrium came out before he was born, exactly. Equilibrium. Man, like, shit, what was his name again? Christian Bale. Man, like Batman. I'm Batman. Who are you? I'm Batman. Yeah. Because it's a Sonic song. It's a remix of a Sonic track. So they put some Sonic sound effects. I think the cow stuff opened my eyes to how people really start with their ideology first and then try to fix the conclusion onto that 1,000,000%. That happens all too often. Super unhealthy. Oh, shit. Alright, so now that this is finito. See if I can get some kind of belt thing. It's got me emote dancing right now. It's funny. You can imagine. Bum, 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 bum. Why is this happening? Alright, can we equip a weapon? Some kind. This angle is making it very hard to draw this. Nope, this is not making sense. This shape is not working. Maybe something like this. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Geometry, shapes. I know shapes. And then it would be something like... Okay, let's put that on a new layer. Would it be hanging like that though? That's the real question. Wait, I didn't draw the handle. Okay, something like this. Don't like that. I think just this tiny knife. Just a shank. Some Game of Thrones dragon glass. It's kind of a boring knife though. Boring. Shape is kind of okay. very sharp. Maybe not. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so this maybe can use a smaller handle. This weapon doesn't really fit the theme of what's going on. Making it bigger doesn't really change anything. Okay, so we're not using the belt. How about I figure this out? I still don't know what I'm doing with this hand. Maybe I should make her hold something. Or maybe I just keep this. First of all, let's get some gloves. I think I'm missing that. Damn right. All night. I think I see what is causing problems with this finger. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay, but that makes more sense. I see what the issue is. Almost. Damn right. Nope. This is so awkward. So left hand. Start using my hand as a reference now. Let's do this. too stretched out. Nope, it's not really making sense. I mean, it could make sense, but... I really want her hand to interact with the foot. Maybe... Okay, maybe I'll just make it hang more. So weird. Oops. What about OBS window? No way. Why is it doing that? Come on. Shit, I haven't drunk water in like 5 hours. So unreal that Jake Paul is fighting Frederick Tatum on Friday. I don't even know who Frederick Tatum is. You know Jake Paul though. Is Frederick Tatum like a actual boxer or proper? Is it similar to when Logan Paul fought? Wait, who did Logan Paul fight again? Didn't he fight? Or am I thinking of something else? Oh my god, where's my chat window? Why is this being stupid now? What is happening? Sorry, hold on. Just having some dock issues. That's who Mike Tyson played in The Simpsons. He's fighting Mike Tyson. Oh. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm aware of, oh, I thought they fought already. How long has that fight been in plans for? I remember hearing about that fight, but I assumed it happened already. Okay, we need to close this. This is getting on my nerves. Okay, let's just not have it here for now. Just wasting my time. Oh wow, it's not happened yet. Friday, 1 a.m. GMT, so morning for me. Yeah, I think if I'm about, I'll watch it. I'm not really that invested in it, or I'm not even that curious, to be honest. I mean, I'm expecting Jake Paul to. They're not different weight classes, right? If they're the same weight class, man, I don't know. I mean, Mike Tyson's old, so I'm not expecting. It's going to be on Netflix. Oh wow. Yeah, I don't know what people's takes are on the fight, but he's 60, so who knows? But it might be a Galaxy Impact win. I guess maybe I'm not that excited because I'm just expecting that Mike Tyson's not going to win. But I guess it will be good to maybe good to see him fight again. I don't know. We'll see. What the hell is this full screen? Why am I failing so hard at this hand right now? Maybe this is part of the problem. This hand is just infinitely looking not the way I want it to look. Ugh. Just want it to look really relaxed. Maybe. Okay, I think I just need to make that bigger. It's a little bit too small. still could be better. I think I see what the problem is. It's just not looking. When I make the solution, it just doesn't look the way I want it to look. Slightly better. Just kind of. Okay, I think the issue is just this arm is not really. It's not twisting in the way that it needs to twist for this to make sense, so it needs to be like this or something. Maybe. Stop. way too much time on this. It's ridiculous. Okay, you know what? I'm kind of curious. Keyboard not working. Okay, I'm gonna have to reset Explorer. Explorer, restart please. You are not doing what you're meant to be doing. Let's see. Let me actually see if I can trace this. Something like this, maybe. Oh, okay, I think I'm understanding. It's just like 2 fingers are tucked. It's Seems a bit long. Okay, that's looking kind of sort of. This phone needs to hang, right? Okay, maybe. Too big. Move it up a bit. I think that's better. Jeez, I took way too long on that. Now let's see if I can do. Oh, hey, Momo, what's up? What's up, what's up? Hello, hello. Haven't seen you in a while. It's been a while. Not much work took my life. Unfortunate. I guess it's taken. I'm guessing it's given some of your life back since you've able to appear here temporarily. Don't like that shape. Yeah, for one day. So now the magic has passed. So now that the magic has passed Thoughts in the Wilds beta, I actually didn't like it that much. I think that I just don't like my main issue is just the how the game feels when you hit shit. I don't like how it feels. I think that it feels, as of right now, it feels worse than World and Rise to actually just hit stuff. I don't like the lack of the sound effects that they have. It doesn't feel the same, doesn't have the same weight, the lack of screen shake, the hit stop. I'm in that camp of the game feels really weird to me because of those changes. Some of the weapon changes are great, of course. I like Bow. Ray Dow is awesome. I like that the game is much bigger. There's definitely things that are good about it, but I was never, after day one of playing the beta, I wasn't like, wow, I'm so excited for Wilds. I was quite disappointed, like not disappointed, I was just quite, just the things that I expected to be there, not being there was quite surprising to me. So, also I'm not too keen on the wound system. I think the wound system is a bit boring. That's a take that I haven't really heard people say much, so I acknowledge that I may be in the minority with that. But I think the wound, I think the focus strike stuff and the wound stuff, it's not that interesting to me. But the main issue that I had with it is just the way it feels when you hit monsters. I think it's a considerable downgrade, and if it launches like that, I would be quite shocked and very disappointed. So that's my take. How about you? What was your perspective on the Wilds beta? What about you? I thought the wound system was an exaggerated clutch claw system. I see it as the opposite. I feel like it's a downgraded clutch claw system. The reason why I think wounds is boring is because you don't really engage with it. Like the only different decision you make is, oh, there is a wound now. Now I do my focus strike. That's it. There's no like, at least with the clutch claw, there was like a moment in time where you see an opening, you clutch on, you either tenderize or you wallbang them, right? There was like a decision making there. There was like I see an opening, let me do this. With the wounds, it's like, I see a wound, let me just do my focus strike. And then the wound closes and then I just think I like that it's different. I appreciate that. But I just think it's objectively, at least in my, well, I shouldn't say objectively, but I just think it's not as engaging. The wounds just passively open as you fight. At least with the clutch claw, you get into a fight, you can either wait for the monster to do the clagger animation, or you can just sneak a clutch claw in when there's an opening, right? At least there was a decision making of, oh, now's my chance. But the wound is just, it just happens over time. You don't need to do anything extra to like make it happen. It doesn't feel that interesting to me. So I see it as a diet version of the clutch claw. thing. I didn't like it, to be honest. I felt hits had no weight, so playing the game like normal was off-putting. Yeah, I agree. A lot of people agree with that. The weapons feeling different. The lack of weapon weight is a big thing, and I'm in full agreement. You do get some people that are like, oh, I prefer it without that, but I'm thinking, if you prefer it without that extra weight, I don't know what games you were playing before. I don't know what version of Monster Hunter they were playing. Like, ugh. Comparing like a TCS with the Great Sword in World compared to the TCS Great Sword in Wilds is, I don't know what was on their mind to make it feel like that. Yeah, I don't get it. After day one, I kind of stopped playing, to be fair. Yeah, I played throughout the whole. I played mostly when it was on the PlayStation. When it came out on the PC, I just played it on the PC just for like 2 hours to see how my graphics card was handling it. But then by that time, I was already done. My playtime on the PS5 was like 15 hours. 15 hours of just pure beta. But yeah, I'm just hoping that, I mean, they said that they received a lot of the feedback, but my concern is that I'm just surprised that even if that beta was a few builds behind, I'm surprised that they gave us a build where the weapons felt like that. That's what makes me a bit nervous, that actually the weapons feeling like that is actually close to the final build. Because the weapons feeling good to use, that should be something that's figured out early. That shouldn't be something that's being tweaked, especially when you're coming from World and Rise. You already have a working formula. So how weapons feel moment to moment, I think that in the beta, like, if you're gonna give us a beta, the weapons feeling good should be solved. And some people are like, oh, it's a beta, of course it's not gonna feel as good. But I disagree. I think that there's a chance that, like, if the game comes out and it feels like that, I'm gonna be saying I told you so to a whole lot of people. Because a lot of people are like, oh, it's just a beta, it's gonna feel better on the final release, but it's 3 months away. If you haven't figured out the weapons feeling better, like, by now, what are you doing? And it's not like it's a new franchise, a new game. Or it's a new game, but it's not a new franchise. Like, this was already figured out in Wilds and Rise. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's weird. I feel like this beta should have come out like last year. Maybe, but normally, like, last year would be way too long ago. Betas and like testing periods don't really come out. Oftentimes you don't really get betas that far away. Like that far away from the release, right? So I think it's fine for them to have released a beta when they did. I just think that the way that the game felt should have been more on lock. It seems like there's much to fix for this build. I don't even think so. I mean, there's some performance. I mean, the performance issues is really just depending on the individual's PC, right? I think for me, just if they change the weapon feeling, I think it will be mostly fine. My opinion. We shall see when the next beta releases. Yeah, we just have to wait and see if we even get another one. Do I want to give her a weapon? I want to try. Maybe I can give her something. You doing a commission? No, I'm just practicing, just drawing something for fun, making it up as I go, seeing what happens. Maybe like this. Right now it's looking a bit like a butt plug, and I do not want it to look like a butt plug. Just want the handle to be a bit more interesting than a regular handle. Butt plug weapon handle. I think these shapes fit the theme. Shape theme of what I've got going on right now. But see, the problem is this angle doesn't make sense. It needs to be slightly tilted forward or backward. So we need to do like a perspective. That's not 3D enough. How did your card game do? You mean the card game that I made, or you mean Hearthstone? I'm guessing you mean the one that I made. It didn't do that well, but that was the expectation because it was solo. I didn't have a publisher. It was all done like pretty much on my own for the most part until I met somebody that helped me with some marketing later on. But I worked on it for like 4 years, and for 3 of those years it was pretty much like all on my own. But yeah, I didn't expect to make a lot of money. It was more about the main reason why I ended up releasing it was just to complete the project. Like I didn't want to not, because there was a time where I worked on it for so long and I thought, you know what, I don't know if I want to release this. And the reason why I did release it was because I just didn't want the curse of always wondering what if I did release it, what could have happened. So I said, you know what, just put it out into the world, whatever happens, happens. And so yeah, it didn't make a lot of money, but it was nice to know, it's nice to know that someone, like I made a thing and some people have that thing in their homes, like they actually purchased it. So that's cool. Yeah, that's how that went. Okay, maybe I can make this make more sense. But yeah, it was an experience. I learned a lot from it. If I was to do it again, there's many things I would do differently. Curves, okay. Loads of things I would do differently. Is this making sense? Maybe not. Make it more angular. Nope. Really? How so? Was it too unique? You mean what did I learn? Or how so? What is how so in response to what? Because of the delay, I'm not sure what you're saying. How so in response to? doing the game differently. Oh, what would I do differently? Well, I would probably just look at the market first and try to get a publisher. I think I would, if I was to make another game, I would just try. I would try to seek out a publisher and yeah, I would try to do that because it's gonna make things a lot easier. I would have a team going in. I wouldn't start it on my own. Definitely not. I would have at least one other person to help me design it, and helping me design it doesn't even mean like they need to come up with ideas. It's more somebody that I can trust and go to every time I have an iteration of the game and let them test it and we can discuss it. Like I would need somebody like that from the beginning, because for too much of the beginning when I did it, I did a lot of that on my own. I would also do a lot more testing. We did a lot of testing, like gameplay testing, seeing reactions, but I would need to do way more blind testing. There's a difference between testing the game with your friends and getting feedback versus testing the game with like you make the rules, you put it in the box, you put it on a table, and then a stranger will go there and give it a try. That testing is way more valuable because you get an insight onto how somebody might feel if they bought your game and they open it for the first time and they're trying to learn it. And they've got no attachment to you. They're not your friends, so they're not as likely to say things to make you happy or be like, oh, I think it's actually really, really fun, but then deep down they actually don't think it's fun. So I would do way more blind testing than friendship testing. So yeah, those are just some examples. This hill needs to be longer. Interesting. Have you designed a card game before? Or like a game before? Unfortunately, no, just good to hear your experience about it. I see. Yeah, it was a very eye-opening experience. It's much harder than I thought it would be going into it. But it's fun though. A lot of aspects of it were fun. It was definitely stressful at times, especially because the game went through like 3 or 4 different iterations, and it's just hard making decisions like finalizing, trying to figure out what is more fun. Is it more fun to do this, or should we make this rule this way? That is fun, but finally making the decision, unless it's like a clear, easy thing to decide, like, oh, we tried this new thing and this thing is way more fun than the previous thing. But oftentimes, the right path was never super clear. And it got to a point where decisions had to be made, you know. And another tricky thing is that not people find different things fun. So sometimes it's hard to know Like, should I do this because I don't find it fun, or should I ignore my personal feeling because other people find it fun? There's a balance there. There's a difficult balance there to strike sometimes. Like, sometimes you have to get out of your own way, but at the same time you do have to consider the kind of game you want to make, or the kind of experience you're trying to make people have. So knowing when to get out of your own way and knowing when to stand your ground is tricky. Very tricky. Okay, so this needs to be something like, the shape is wrong then. If I need to make this 3D, it should be more shaped like, yeah, something like that. Something like this. No, what am I doing? Damn, that's deep. Yeah, it's quite deep stuff. Something like that, maybe. Still think the shape is not as interesting as I want it to be, but okay, let's flatten this together. And let's fix this hilt, or this handle. Or maybe I should make it the same pattern as her hair, her pigtail, or her braid, rather than the circles, so I can avoid it looking like a butt plug as well. Okay, so let's try and copy, let's do this shape instead. And there's like that will give it like a mirror image kind of vibe. Would blind testing help with that for data collection? Yeah, exactly. Blind testing was it does many things, like helps with many kinds of data, like how many people enjoy it, how long it took them to understand the rules, like the average learning time, like did it take the average person 10 minutes to fully understand, or half an hour, or was it too complicated? There's like so many different things you can do, because when you're testing with friends, oftentimes you're explaining to them, like you're telling them, okay, these are the rules, this is how you do it, this is my goal for the game. It's valuable, it's valuable testing, but it's nothing compared to blind testing, because of like what you said, right? The data that you get it's priceless data. I think that looks more interesting. Let's call this shank. Oh crap, I forgot I needed to. What's next for you? Got any milestones to reach? Good question. Mostly, I'm kind of balancing my dance teaching stuff and this, right? Streaming and but basically those are the two things. As for milestones, not really a milestone. I mean, with the dance teaching stuff, I just want to keep getting more students. That's definitely a milestone or a goal. And for this, just to see how much interest I can build. Really, I know like art streams are not the most popular streams in the world. It's probably better for me to play more different games, but I also want to improve as an artist as well, like just being better at drawing. So streaming and drawing kind of achieves two goals at the same time at once, because I get to practice and I get to, you know, somewhat build an audience. So, but yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't have any like solid like, I have goal like an area, a rough area that I want to reach, but not like a proper goal. Like I want to have 30 dance students by the end of next month. Nothing like that. Although it's good to have, but kind of just trying my best and going with the flow. Art streams are fun when they are interactive, yeah. But it's easier to be, obviously when there's more people, right, it's easier to be interactive. Or if I'm telling people like, hey, what should I draw next? Or should I give this person a sword or a bow and arrow or something like that? But I'm just doing this. And another thing I need to do is have a schedule, right? Like I think I do want to do art streams, but I also need to have a schedule where people can know exactly when I'm going to stream and to have different things happening on different days. Maybe one day for art stream, another day for Monster Hunter, and then another day for like just different kinds of games. That's probably a milestone that I need to figure out as soon as possible. There's no reason why I can't or why I haven't done it yet. I'm definitely just dragging my feet on that a little bit. So, how about you? Any milestones that you have in general, or in life, I should say? Okay, Yahoo! Alright, the problem with this is that it doesn't feel like an actual hilt or a sheath. I think I need to flip this. Yeah, I think this makes more sense. To make it look like it's slotted into this thing. Right now it doesn't look like it's slotted into it. Passing my driving test. Okay, that's a pretty important one. Nice and clear goal. Hopefully you can pass it the first time so you don't, because normally they have like a cooldown, right? Like if you fail it, you have to wait a certain amount of time before you can try it again. So hopefully you don't need to do that.
Better run home to mama now.
You hate public transport, yeah. Yeah, that's a big one. Okay. How can I make this work? Maybe I need to do... Should this be higher? I think it does need to be higher. Like somewhere here. You should get a Segway. the callback, the meme callback. Too big for a Segway. He's joking. He's referencing a previous conversation that we had. All right, let's attach. Let's do this. Come on, curves. Okay. And this needs to wrap around. This needs to feel like it's actually attached. Something like this. Maybe. And then like a little thing here. Nope, need to bulge that out a bit more, maybe. And then maybe if this curves here a bit, so it looks a bit 3D. Half joking, it might be a UK thing, but we have public electronic scooters in a few towns and cities. Man, I've been away for too long, man. I know when I go back in December, I'm gonna be looking at, you know them story, you know when you hear those guys that come home from jail after being in jail for like 10 years and they're like, whoa, what the hell, what's going on? iPhones, what? You know, I'm gonna be like that kind of. I think she needs more shapes that work or make sense with this design. Maybe. Looks a bit too military, I think. Oh, I know. Let's keep this triangular theme. I don't like it. It looks too off. Doesn't fit. Like it doesn't fit the theme of what's happening with everything else. Wow, you have self-checkout machine. You don't need to talk to anyone to buy stuff. Like what? What if they just run out the store with it instead? Why? Like, what's stopping them from just doing that? Why do they have to actually self-check out? People can be trusted like this? Since when? Them ones. Maybe I can make it look like some kind of bush thing. Maybe, but I don't have any of that. Let's just give it a try. Maybe that could work. Perhaps. Maybe. Okay, let me delete this line so I can see a bit more. I'm not sure about this. No, I'm not even sure about the weapon anyway. Like the weapon to begin with. Like something needs to go there. I'm so old, I remember when mobile phone became normal for people to have, and I was like, these touchscreen phones are a gimmick that will not catch on. I'm gonna get a BlackBerry and be a rebel. Never thought, yeah. I remember when I was of the same mindset when the touch, like, I remember I had before I got an iPhone or anything, the first smartphone I had was a HTC. It was one of those push-up HTCs that had the keyboard. Like similar to a BlackBerry. And I remember thinking, yeah, there's no way the touchscreen typing is gonna pop off. Like, how can you get used to typing without the keys? Like, you know, but yeah, we look crazy now, given how rapid and how fast we can type on a touch screen. Nobody's going back to keyboard, at least on a phone. I think this is too numerous. Maybe that's better. Okay, since that's like a concept now, maybe we do something like this. Maybe this will work. If this works, I'm gonna feel like an actual genius. The days when Snake was the only game on a phone. I think the next step will be just saying your commands and your phone does it like Alexa. Yeah, that will probably be one of the evolutions of that, of what it is now. But I mean, apparently a lot of that stuff is quite good already, right? The Siri, Alexa stuff. ChatGPT has a voice activation thing as well, I believe. Okay, I think I like this concept. Now I'm getting the feeling that I want to change the shape of... Maybe I just don't want this to pop like it's the actual blade. Maybe I want this to hang a bit more. I want to give it a curve maybe. No, that doesn't make sense. It's a sheath. Let me actually take a look online. How do knife sheaths look? Okay, here's one. Okay, so I think the idea here is okay. I just need to make it look more like a sheath. That's all I need to do. Something like this. Creating ringtones was special. I like how it forced everyone to learn how to be pitch perfect. Yeah, it's kind of like going back to like the Super Nintendo Mega Drive days, right? Where because they were limited in the hardware, they ended up creating like amazing melodies. It's like the limitation forced their creative hand. And you know, we may not have gotten those classics or melodies so catchy if they had a full orchestra to begin with. It's possible, but with a forced limitation, oftentimes the human mind is forced to be creative in ways that it may not have been otherwise. That's too much. I think that kind of works. This looks like a pineapple. Kind of reminds me of like a pineapple thing. And since this is like got like a fruit theme going, kind of, that kind of works. And maybe this needs to be a bit more 3D. Okay, there's a lot of line work happening over here. Make sure I don't get lost. That will do. Let me turn off the background. Right, I need to start deleting some lines because I'm getting a bit overwhelmed. Putting someone in a straitjacket allows them to be free. To be free in the mind palace. Putting someone in a straitjacket allows them to be free in the mind palace. Wait, what do you mean? Too many lines over here. Maybe. The restriction people have forced you to open your mind, basically. The restriction people have forced you to open your mind. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean, yeah. I get it now. Can you erase, please? Okay. Okay, I like what's shaping up to be. Let's make this curve a bit. Maybe. Oh no, I want to keep that line, don't I? Get rid of this though. Okay, maybe this can curve a bit more. Okay, we need to do it like... What's happening here? Let's fix this up a bit too messy. Chaos, absolute chaos on these lines. I'm going a bit overboard with the layers. Okay, making a bit more sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I got the picture. They should be releasing, there should be a teaser for Mai Shiranui for SF6 coming soon, I think. Terry came out a while ago now. Nobody's using him. As strong as he looked at the beginning, everyone's like, nah, let's keep playing playing Ken. Don't like that. I don't like it. let's make this curve a bit. Really? I thought Terry was okay-ish. Character model was air. Yeah, the face looks a bit strange for sure, which is kind of funny because or kind of strange because SF6 did a really good job with the facial models compared to SF5. They super upgraded that. But yeah, Terry ended up looking weird, but I mean, I think he's a strong character, but I was watching Brian F, and Brian F was breaking down why Terry was used a lot at the beginning, but then just got pushed to the wayside. And his breakdown was pretty like full. It was like it gave you a full understanding of why people are not using him that much. It just comes down to one of those things where, unfortunately, the things that he does well. I mean, sometimes I don't like this answer because you could make this argument for like almost any fighting game, but it still holds true, right? Where you got a character like Terry that's good at a bunch of things, but there's multiple other characters that not only do they do the thing that Terry can do, but much better, but the character themselves is like, just has maybe greater strengths all around. So the combination of things that Terry is good at seems to be not good enough for people to really take him far. Specifically, if you are trying to compete in tournaments, especially for a game like SF6 where there's a lot of variance. If you're trying to go and travel and compete and you really want to up your chances of winning, it seems to be the case that Terry isn't probably not one of the ones you want to pick. But then again, like people said that about Ryu for a long time. Like nobody was using Ryu even after this guy got buffed to smithereens, like, you know, when season 2 came out. And then it took a lot of time, and the next thing you know, Kusanagi wins the event in France, and everyone's like, oh, what, Ryu is that good? It's like, yeah, you know, he's been that good for quite a long time, but you guys have just been playing Luke and Ken and JP and Jury and stuff. So even though Brian F said what he said, all it would take is for somebody to be like, you know what, I like Terry, he's strong enough, I'm gonna go far with Terry. And now Terry wins a tournament, everyone's like, wow, Terry is this good, oh my god, we need to play Terry. So I think SF6 suffers from that quite often, where there's a lot of solid characters, but you only see like 8 or 9 characters at the top, so people just gravitate towards those characters and completely ignore the other solid options. But I get it though, because again, the variance in that game is very high, so I understand why the average tournament player wants to play a character that is gonna give them the highest amount of success chances, you know. So I understand it. Okay, maybe this strap is too thin. Maybe I just need to add this. Not sure about that extra line. That makes sense. Okay, we're almost coming to an end. What do I want to do with this belt piece? you earlier today. Bum bum ba-dum. Ba-da-bum, bum, doo-doo-dum, dum. Oops. You know what? Let's just cheat. Can't be bothered to repeat the same shape reverse, so I'll just flip it. Flip it. Flip it real good. Aha. That looks nice. Do I want to put some shapes here? Okay, maybe. Okay, do I want to do some breast thing to make this make sense? I think I do. But then how does that make sense over here? Do I? I think this needs to move over a bit. Will you ever try SF6? I played it. I have it. Oh wait, no. I think I uninstalled it because it was taking up a lot of space. The reason why I don't play it, actually, the only reason why I don't play it is because I just don't have a character. I just don't have a character that I gel with. I played a lot of Makoto in First Strike and SF4. That's probably my favorite character that I enjoy a lot. The closest person to that is Lily and Manon. But, well, Lily's more like Abel. Sorry, not Abel. Manon is more like Abel and Laura. Like, that would be that SF6's version of Laura from SF5. Lily would be the only other character that's kind of Makoto-ish, but not really. And Lily is mad awkward to play. She needs a bit of changes. She's just very strange. But yeah, it just doesn't have a character that I'm really into. I'm one of those fighting game players that, you know, the character specialist, right? Like, to me, a lot of the enjoyment that I get, especially because I'm not competing like professionally, is just how far can I get with this character? Can I be the best? Can I be one of the best using this character? And SF6 just doesn't have the character for me yet. There's characters that I like. You know, I like Jury. I like even though Lily's awkward, I do like playing around with Lily. Kimberly's interesting, but she's just not the kind of character for me. I never was like I was never like a Ibuki character archetype, you know, the crazy mix-ups and the super long combos. So yeah, unfortunately it just doesn't have the character for me yet. So do you play? You play Street Fighter 6? That's not looking right. You did? Oh, who did you play when you were playing? And what made you stop? Just no time? No time. actually. I feel like it should be moved back. Yeah, fuck it. Let's keep it back there. Okay, yeah, I think it does need to fold in a bit. I am perfecting these breasts right now. This is wild. I played Akuma for a bit, but I couldn't find a character I gelled with. Yeah, pretty much, yeah, same. Seems like we have had the same issue. You mean, so you started playing SF6 when Akuma came out? Or you were playing, like, did you play anyone before Akuma? Excuse me, come on. Feels like this arm is a bit too thin. That's better. I feel like there needs to be an in-between. I played Sparta Woman. Oh, Marissa. Sparta Woman. Accurate description. Yeah, Marissa's good. Marissa would probably be the person. In fact, when the trailers were first coming out for that game, Marissa was who I was most interested in. If I was to play seriously, I'd probably just play Marissa. I think she's actually probably the closest to Makoto now that I think about it. Yeah, now that I think about it again. Should this arm be higher? I feel like it should be a tiny bit higher. Let's see. Yeah, I believe so. Just a tiny bit higher. But then if that's higher, then shouldn't this be higher too? Let's give you your own layer. Just a tiny bit. Maybe just a tiny bit more. Should just be covered. Let me see. Maybe here. After a while, the game kind of lost interest for me. Yeah, I can sympathize with that. It's fun to watch though. I still love watching a good SF6 tournament. I don't know, but for a second, I don't know why, but 4 seemed more interesting to me. I think 4 being more interesting is more likely because of who we were when 4 was out. Like 4 is a long time ago. I think it's more likely the case that it was more interesting because we had more time to play it. It was more SF4 like brought back 2D fighting games, right? So it was like a big thing to be a part of. Like prior to SF4 there was a big drought, whereas SF6 has come out during a time where the fighting game drought doesn't exist anymore. Like fighting games are doing quite well. So I think we just lived in a very different time. SF4 and SF6 came out at very different times. Because I kind of agree with you, but I don't think it's because SF4 is actually more interesting of a game. I just think we were engaged with it in a much different way because of the time period. I think anyway. Because I think mechanically SF6 is more interesting. Focus attack is cool, but SF6 has a lot more ways to engage with the system. But more doesn't necessarily equal interesting, so I guess that's true as well. Like SF4 could be more interesting despite it not having as many mechanics as 6. But yeah, I don't know. I think when I hear people say that they enjoyed 4 a lot more, I can't help but wonder how much of that position is attached to SF4 coming out at a very different time in that person's life. Shit, maybe I should have saved this before. But yeah, I did play SF4 a lot though. But like the way that I played SF4 so much, I don't know what to attribute it to. I want to say like, I don't know if I can play a fighting game like that anymore, like spend that amount of time. But perhaps I'm only saying that because I just don't have a character I gel with in SF6. But I could see a world where a character that I like comes out in SF6 and I still might not end up pumping crazy amounts of hours into SF6 the same way I put in all those hours in SF4. I'm not sure. I think that plays a major part, yeah. It's part of the equation. Yeah. Come on, I want this to curve in the perfect way. Let me save this as another one. Let's get rid of this. Okay, I think that's gonna work better. Then we just follow the curve. I think you're right in that sense that it comes down to the amount of time we invest, yeah. And like, just being older people and having more responsibilities and stuff. It's kind of like games like Persona, right? Like I could say, RPGs now just aren't the same as the way it used to be because I used to put so much time into like JRPGs. But the reality is that, I mean, even if that is true, the reality is also the fact that I can't really afford to. It's just too difficult for me to put in that amount of time into a game like Persona right now. You know, because I just don't have. It's a mixture of the time and the desire, and I think the time and the lack of desire is partially due to us just changing as people and growing out of certain things, or having. Because it's not like it's not that I'm not interested in JRPGs anymore. It's just it seems like I'm not interested enough to the point where I want to play through that kind of game and spend like 100+ hours. You know. Yeah, it's hard to say. I think this needs to move back down a bit. I think that has to be it, right? Okay. And now we just keep this going on. You summarize up. Yeah, seems like it. Oops, 2 new layers. Do I want to give her some kind of like fur thing? No, probably not. A lot of people who grew up in the 90s would feel that way. Yeah, definitely. And it is true that, you know, RPGs have changed. Like a lot of RPGs are putting in action elements, because just like long gone are the days where just traditional turn-based gameplay is the entirety of the game. And I think it's good that they've added a bit more, because I think there's very few turn-based games that were actually really, really strategic. Like even a lot of the old Final Fantasy games really just came down to like there wasn't much strategy. Like you just wait for your turn, take your turn, heal, do the biggest damage you can. If somebody dies, you use a Phoenix down. You know, maybe with super bosses and really hard encounters, you would get some strategy, but for the most part, there wasn't that much turn-based strategy actually happening. So I think adding a bit more action elements is actually better for that style of game. If you're gonna do the hardcore turn-based strategy thing, I think it's better to do that if there's actually gonna be like a good level of strategic play involved, you know. Where is this line coming from? Maybe here. Maybe here. Oh, it's from that. I think I want that plane. Wait, do I want that plane? I don't know. I think this needs to move back a bit. Which has been shown a lot. Oh, which has been shown in some of the newer JRPGs. Yeah, there's oftentimes some element, some faster pace element. I think it's fine though. I just see it as like necessary evolution for a lot of those games. Especially if the developer is not willing to actually make it strategic in its nature. You might as well just go lean a bit more into the action side of things. Maybe this needs to mirror what's going on that side. I'm making so many changes as I go. Okay, that's perfect. Bring that in a tiny bit. Bring it in, bring it in, bring it in. Okay, I think that works. Any franchises that have a nostalgia factor for you? Definitely Final Fantasy. Old Warcraft, like Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3. StarCraft, like old Blizzard games. Blizzard when Blizzard was like peak, when they were some of the best in the industry. So old Blizzard stuff. Just the Sega Saturn in general. A lot of Sega Saturn games kind of strike a very nostalgic chord with me, and Mega Drive games too. Old Sonic games. So many Sega Saturn games like Panzer Dragoon, Guardian Heroes. Yeah, a lot of that stuff strikes a chord. Even this game is Saturn Bomberman franchise. I guess I'm just listing too many now, but if I was to pick a top 3, Final Fantasy, Sonic, and definitely Final Fantasy and Sonic. And there was a time when I played a lot of RPGs on like Super Nintendo emulators. There's a lot of RPGs that fall under that too. But then there's also a time where when I had a PlayStation 1, and there was a time when I was just binging so many RPGs like Breath of Fire 4. Actually, that might be one. Breath of Fire 4. I really liked that game. Grandia 1, Grandia 2 on the Dreamcast. Oh, I didn't even mention Dreamcast. The Dreamcast has a lot of nostalgia for me as well. But yeah, franchises, Final Fantasy, Sonic, and I think I'll throw Street Fighter in there as well, because I played all of them. Probably the only one I didn't play is Street Fighter 1, because I think I would have been too young. Most people in our age demographic started, like, if you started with old Street Fighter, it was probably Street Fighter 2. So all the way from Street Fighter 2, all the way up to like through Alpha, and you know, Street Fighter 3 series. I would say the Street Fighter franchise is quite nostalgic for me as well, especially like the Alpha series. 8 hours, holy moly. Oh, hey man, hey, what's up? Yeah, it's quite a long time. I should jump off soon. I just want to make sure I finish this piece. At least just finish the line art for this piece. I think this is good enough. I just need to finish. I just need to add the middle line of this braid. How do I do braids again? This is not how it works. Shit, I forgot how to There's an easy way to make braids look like braids. Okay, let's just look at Pinterest. What about you? Do you have what would you say are your nostalgic franchises that every time you think of it or see it, you just for anime. One anime that is very nostalgic to me is Evangelion. Just I remember being very young and having some of the episodes on VCR, on like videotape, and just the music, the intro, the characters, the art style, the ending song, the entire package of Evangelion is super nostalgic to me. Naruto, fuck you, Naruto. Yeah, OG Naruto is somewhat nostalgic as well, for sure. But I would put Evangelion slightly above that only because it's further back. For me, it's even further back. You fucked up? Wait, you fucked up because you mean Naruto fucked you up, or? What was I doing? Oh, the braid, right? Oh my god, I completely lost track of what I was doing. Oh, Naruto fucked me up. Oh, I see. Yeah, OG Naruto is people like to hate on it, but I think oftentimes people that hate on it, they were never on the ship when it was sailing. If you were on the ship when the Naruto OG series was sailing, watching it episode by week to week, episode by episode, that's peak shonen right there. I'll stand by that. Grandia, Tales series, and Sonic. Oh, Grandia is dope. Grandia 2, I played Grandia 1, Grandia 2. I never played 3, and I really wanted to play Extreme, but I never got a chance to play that. But yeah, Grandia 1 and 2. I played 2 before I played 1, because I had Grandia 2 on the Dreamcast, and I went back and played Grandia 1 on PlayStation 1. But yeah, Grandia is dope. I like some of the music on Grandia as well. I even remember all of the things that they would say. Sky, take flight. Here goes. Flying, Tenzeiken. I remember all of the strike, purple lightning, take this, and that, and that. Like, I remember so much of that. Even the sound effects, like when you cancel people's attacks and stuff, and then their head slides back on the turn slider thing. Yeah, Grandia is a good game. Grandia is another game that mixes action and actually, no, it's purely turn-based. It's just the way it animates, the way it plays out feels very... it feels a lot faster paced because of the way the characters move around. But it's still primarily turn-based. Swing Chan shows up on the screen. Wait, swing... Oh, you mean the ending, right? I'm guessing that's what you mean. Yeah, that song is... That song for me is one of those songs where I have a hard time listening to it because the nostalgia hits so hard. You know, like that bittersweet nostalgia feeling where it's just too emotional. So sometimes I have a rough time listening to that song. Not that I'm crying or anything, it's just sometimes I actively will choose not to listen to it. Oh, there we go. Okay, I figured it out. I knew I would figure it out. Just needed a bit of reminding. I mean, that's one way. Maybe I can try what this person is recommending. I feel like the first half of that line looks okay, but then the second just looks pretty trash. I meant this. Oh. What is this? Oh. Okay. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah. I think I've heard this song so much though, and because this song kind of got memed, right? Like people made a meme out of this song. Because it got memed to infinity, and I've heard it so much that this actually doesn't have the same nostalgia for me as it used to. Like when I was watching it back in the, like if I eject myself back into the past, when this song would play during the scenes, especially like during third Hokage's funeral, right? Like definitely super emotional feels. But now when I hear this, I don't get the same impact because of how it's been memed to death. Yeah, we meme Too Close to the Sun. Yeah, it's still a good song, but the memes kind of ruin the sentimental value. But yeah, when you're watching it, it's pretty hard hitting, very hard hitting. Okay, let's see. I think I can make this a bit better. So this goes something like this, and then here. I like this one more. Maybe. Nah, I like this one more. More simple. This sounds like something out of Killer Instinct. No, this is Final Fantasy VIII. This is the second to last boss fight. This is the second to last boss fight in Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack is something I didn't appreciate that much when I was playing it, but like many years later, I started listening back to it, and I'm like, you know what? This is actually pretty good. Pretty good. That shape looks more interesting. Let's try exaggerate that a bit. More like a horn. Maybe. Or maybe not actually. Maybe that's too exaggerated. Yeah, it's a bit too much. Maybe what I need to do is just take this and just shift it over here, and then maybe this sounds like this is in Ultimecia Castle. Do I think FF8 was underrated? No, I think FF8 unfortunately just had a hard act to follow, it coming after 7, right? I think that 8 is usually, most people don't place 8 that highly, and I think that's quite deserved. 8 didn't really have many interesting characters. Like, if you compare the cast of 7 to 8, even the cast of 9 is way better than 8. Who do you have in 8? Who is interested in 8? Okay. Maybe Squall? But let's really look at it, right? I mean, Zell has a personality, so I guess Zell is okay. But Quistis, nobody cares about Quistis. Nobody cares about Selphie. Fucking Irvine. Nobody cares about Irvine. Who else was there? Squall, Quistis, Zell, Irvine, Rinoa. I'm sorry, Rinoa is one of the most boring heroines in FF history. Rinoa is just absolute vanilla. Like, uninspired. Rinoa, absolutely uninspired. Who else? Who am I missing? There's one more, right? Isn't there 6? Squall, Zell, Quistis, Selphie, Rinoa, and Irvine. Yeah, that's it. So the cast is not that great. The draw system is super... I mean, if you're really into maths and like super duper... If you're super into micromanaging, then the draw system is up your alley, right? You're gonna love 8. But for a lot of people, the draw system just wasn't it. Even though I respect it for allowing you to... The draw system allowing you to be really super micromanaging heavy. But yeah, the story, the characters, the world is kind of boring in 8 as well. Yeah, no, 8. I wouldn't class 8 as underrated. I think it deserves its placement in most people's lists. When people place it lowly, I think I understand why it's placed so lowly. Okay, let's not do a new layer. Let's just use this. Oops. I like the idea of enemies leveling with you. I like that too. A lot of people don't like that, but I'm fine with that. But they level with you, but they don't. You can still abuse them, right? They level with you, but they don't. If I remember correctly, they don't take into account your junctions. They just follow your level, like your actual numerical level. But if you've junctioned a whole bunch of wild stuff to your stats, then you can still just destroy regular enemies with ease. Which is the way it should be, right? I don't think they can design it in a way where the enemies are scaling to your junction stats too. I don't even know if that's possible. Well, I guess it is possible, but that would make the game very, very hard. And it would also make it so that the power fantasy of getting cool spells, leveling up, and then coming back to an area where monsters were destroying you and then slapping them around, you don't get that power fantasy if they scale with you super closely. So they have to strike the balance of, okay, we're going to have a scaling system, but we still want the player to feel strong. But yeah, no, I don't think 8 is underrated. Oh my god, why am I struggling with the shape? I like Nine a lot too, but I recently played Nine. Not recently, but no, I recently watched a streamer play Nine, so I kind of like re-experienced it through the streamer. And Nine is painfully slow. The combat is slow. The trance system is really bad. I don't know why they didn't let you just save the trances the same way you can save Limit Break in 7. Like, if they wanted it to be a thing that activates beyond your control, at least make it so that you can activate it in the battle when you want. But then if you leave the battle, then the trance goes away, right? The fact that you can be going through a dungeon and then some rabbit monster can hit you in the face and then triggers your trance, and then now you're using your trance against some miscellaneous rabbits that you don't need to use trance for. That was a horrible system. I don't know what they were thinking with that. You know. It was scaled to your actual level. Yeah. It's not an anime nostalgia, but the biggest one for me is Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy. I don't remember watching it my first time. That's how it was woven into my childhood. And recently I watched the making of the movies they made. Yeah, those movies, that's one of the best trilogies ever created. I think Fellowship's my favorite one out of the 3. I still think Fellowship is one of the greatest movies of all time. Fellowship, and I recently rewatched it like a few months ago at like a friend's birthday gathering. We did a watch party. Great movie. I love how the Fellowship of the Ring captures the feeling of like an RPG, you know, Frodo, the Hobbit, the person that's like small and not very strong, going out into a journey, and then he meets Strider at the cavern. It's at the tavern. It's so RPG in a good way, you know. Yeah, Fellowship that trilogy is just undeniably one of the best. Return of the King is your favorite. That's cool, yeah. Fellowship is the best movie, 100% agree. But Return of the King is your personal favorite. Yeah, like Fellowship. I think Fellowship is the only 2 movies that I would call perfect movies is Matrix 1, the first Matrix movie, and Fellowship. I'm sure there's some others out there. Obviously, it's very hard to be a perfect experience, right? But I think Fellowship and Matrix 1 are actually perfect movies. There's nothing wrong with them. Like, the only critique you could make for Fellowship is that there are some people who just think it's too long. Especially when I had the watch party recently, there were some people at the watch party that were like, because a lot of them hadn't seen it before. They had never seen Fellowship. And so it was their first time, and a lot of them felt like it didn't need to be that long. And seeing it from their perspective, I think there is a way that maybe the movie could have shaved off 10 or 15 minutes, but it doesn't bother me. What am I doing? This is insignificant. It's too short. Perfect first watch movie, yeah. But maybe some of them just not really into fantasy either. You kind of have to be into that genre. Do I want to add like a crown at the back? I don't know. Maybe not. Fellowship is 3 or 4 hours long. I think it's 3 hours. Yeah, I think it's actually 3 hours, not 4 hours. Maybe one of the director's cut versions is 4 hours. But the original cut, I believe, is 3 hours. Yeah, I could Google it, but. Yeah, it's 3 hours, yeah. It's getting late, man. It's almost 3 a.m. over here. Yeah, does it feel longer? I don't know if I say it feels longer. I still remember when I first watched that movie. I remember me and my brother took me to see it, and then like the movie was so long that we almost missed the last bus home, and we had to like run. Like we were walking to the bus stop talking about the movie, and then I think my brother saw the bus that we need to get home in the distance, and he looked at the time. He's like, "Shit! If we don't get that bus, that's the last bus." And this is a long time ago. This is before there's no Uber. This is a pre-Uber world. And I remember like we had to run, and he's like way more active, way more fit than I was, and we had to like jump over some barriers and stuff to like. And I remember my brother, when you're running, like you're jumping over something. Let's say there's like a fence, and like he was like fit and active enough to do like the one arm. You know when you grab the fence with one arm and you like leap over it. Like he could do that. I couldn't do that. So he's running. He grabs it by one arm, leaps over. I get to it. I'm like two arms, and I have to like climb over it. So all the time I'm wasting climbing over it, he's already booking it to the bus. But I guess it didn't matter because he got to the bus first, and then he was able to like make the driver hold on to wait for my slow ass. But yeah, like the Fellowship of the Ring, that movie. Like whenever I think of that movie, I remember the run. The epic adventurous run to the bus stop so that we didn't miss the last bus. This was in London. This was in the UK. I watched it when it first came out. That was funny. I remember I watched all the Hobbit movies as well. Obviously, the Hobbit movies were not as good, and they probably didn't need to be free movies. All right, I think that's enough for now. Which borough? That was in Streatham. I used to live in Streatham Hill. Oh, sorry, no, Streatham's not a borough. Streatham is in Lambeth, I believe. Yeah. But the actual area was Streatham Hill, which is South London, southwest. No. Yeah. Southwest London. Streatham is southwest, or more so south. There was more than one Hobbit. Yeah, there was 3. They made 3 Hobbit movies. They didn't need to, but I guess money. I guess Peter Jackson wanted even more of a legacy, you know. And I remember when those came out, they had the controversy with the 60 frames per second. Like, what are we doing? I think the 60 frames thing works if you're watching like a CG movie. But for live action, that's not the way to go, man. Live action, it just makes it feel like you're watching like a TV soap, you know. Yeah, it was a mess. I think the last movie, I remember enjoying the last movie. There were some pretty good scenes with the fight with Smaug, the dragon Smaug. But yeah, it didn't need to be 3 movies. A bit of overkill. Overkill for sure. All right, 8 hours and 30 minutes. I think I'm gonna call it there, peoples. Oh, and Eddie Murphy movies from the 90s were a big chunk of my childhood, and that laugh, that damn laugh. Yeah, Eddie Murphy's he's been a part of a lot of classic projects. I liked him a lot in Mulan as well, but Mulan is also one of my favorite Disney movies. You know, Mulan is a solid experience. But yeah, I got to head off, guys. It is 2:43 a.m. and I've been sleeping a bit too late these days, so let me try and fix that. Well, I can't fix that tonight. I've already shit the bed in that regard. Yeah, 8-hour stream is quite much. Quite much. I mean, I've done 10 hours, and that's pretty much, you know, way too much as well. Take care, man. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Thanks for popping through, and I'll be back possibly tomorrow. I think I keep saying possibly tomorrow, and sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Well, I guess that's what the meaning of possibly is, but I need to really figure out my schedule and try my best to stick to that schedule. So I don't know. We'll see if I'm able to do that soon. Maybe in the new year. When I come back from UK, I think I can stick to a proper schedule. All right. Anyways, peace out, peoples. See you around. Peace.